Good morning. Happy nice and good Friday. It is nice and good Friday. Hold on, why am I not... I am yelling. Hold on. Why does Obi... I hate how it does this. Thank God. Okay. Hello, friend. Good morning. Okay, never mind. No more being angry. It's nice and good Friday. It's nice and good Friday. I don't know why. Okay, in OBS... Because, like, obviously I have to log into YouTube through OBS to be able to connect it to YouTube, right? But on top of that, for some reason, I also have to log in a second time to be able to chat in my own chat, which I think is nonsense. That is nonsense. Twitch doesn't do that. If I connect my account to Twitch, it just automatically logs me into my own chat. Why do I have to... Why can I stream, but I have to log in order to be able to chat? It's nonsense. It's nonsense. Yes. Hello, friend. Egg. Jesus himself made my Friday good. Yeah, I kind of actually forgot. I forgot. I'll talk about it in a second. I forgot that Easter was this weekend. I forgot that Easter was this weekend. So there's going to be, I think I was talking about it on Discord yesterday. There's going to be some schedule shakeups happening in the near future. Not huge ones, but like minor ones. But first, I don't know. Yeah, this is the wrong screen. Hold on, this is the wrong screen. This is the good screen. Okay. There we go. 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 Yeah. So, yeah, I forgot that I forgot that Easter was this weekend. So, you remember when I said on Friday, not Friday, when I said on, when did I stream last Tuesday? Remember when I said on Tuesday when I was like, oh, I'm going to be streaming Majora's Mask on Sunday. I'm going to finish it no matter what. So that might have been a lie. That might have been a lie. So, okay, I'll probably post this on Twitter too so people are aware, but I think the schedule for this weekend is going to be, I stream today, like normal. This is normal Eggy stream. Nice and normal Eggy stream. Then, no stream Saturday, no stream Sunday. But Mahjong Monday is going to be replaced with Majora's Monday. And then we're gonna have a Tenpai Tuesday. We're gonna have Tenpai Tuesday. So Tuesday is gonna be, so Mahjong is gonna be moved to Tuesday, and Majora's gonna be on Monday. Then for the rest of the week, I'm kind of, I guess I'll see how I feel about it. I'm thinking either EGGY will just be postponed to next week when everything is normal again, or I might do a bonus stream on like Wednesday maybe or Thursday, like to get EGGY, because I know last week we didn't quite finish EGGY. I have like a shopping list of paintings I need to go check for. But yeah, so yeah, Link is not allowed to save the world on the third day. That is the Lord's Day. No, it's more like my entire family is going to be inside the house, and that, because here's the thing, I don't know what time everybody's getting, because we're doing an Easter dinner, right? But I don't know what time everybody's getting here, so I don't want to, like, because I want to actually be able to finish the game, I want to give myself all the time that I need. So yeah, maybe not, yeah. Yeah, even though it's a late Easter, it still feels like it came out of nowhere. Well, to be fair, I knew about this, and then I forgot. I guess it's like, I think right now, maybe because I don't have a job, I'm kind of in the place where, like, it's not that time isn't real. It's more just that, like, it doesn't, like, how do I say this? Like, if you ask me when is Easter this year, I would say, oh, it's on April 20th this year. I know this. I know this. I just never process, like, how close is April 20th to now? Like, what is the distance between those days? That's what I'm not processing, I think. But yeah, my parents are visiting again this weekend. I know they just came 2 weeks ago, and I think they're coming again 2 weeks from now. But yeah, they are coming this weekend. And we are going to have Easter dinner, and also the rest of my relatives. We will have an Easter dinner. And then, unless they forget, my parents are also bringing my ukulele. So ukulele will be back. Ukulele will be back. But yes, nice and good morning to Bebe, and nice and good morning to Lars, and nice and good morning to Uphill, and nice and good morning to Azor Blast, and nice and good morning to Sarek Star, and nice and good morning to Jabre. And nice and good morning to, that's everybody. That's everybody who said hi so far. But yeah. Oh yeah, ukulele. Yeah, I have some things I want to do with the ukulele that hopefully I will have time to do. A lot has happened since I last streamed. I finished stream on Tuesday, and then everything changed. Yeah. Also, apologies since mobile has quite the delay, but good morning. Yeah, that's okay. I think PC also has that same delay. I don't think it's a mobile versus PC thing. I think every machine just, I think it's the problem lies with YouTube. The problem does not lie with me or with you. They are the enemy. They are the enemy. And they make me press like 3 buttons to go live. My god, okay. 3 buttons. Yeah. What's your typical Easter dinner? I associate Easter with ham for some reason. Yeah, usually we have ham. Again, it's more or less just Thanksgiving, but like substitute, you know, some of the fall veggies for spring veggies, and then substitute Well, even then, we sometimes have ham on Thanksgiving. Um, yeah, it's roughly the same as Thanksgiving, I think. I think there's some stuff, like, we might not have certain, like, we're probably not going to have pumpkin pie on Easter. But, yeah. I feel like, yeah. I guess more chocolate. More, like, fruits and veggies compared to Easter, since it's the spring. Yeah. Hope things are changing for the better for you. This week has been chaos, yeah. Well, I'm hoping to hear back. I didn't hear back. I've been applying for more jobs. I didn't hear back this week, but a lot of the jobs I was applying for, I noticed they had cutoffs that were like the week after Easter, which makes sense because like it's a 3 day, like it's a 4 day week, right? There's no point in trying to like call people right before Easter, right? So yeah, I'm hoping to hear back from hopefully something next week, maybe someday. Um, it is what it is. But yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be fine and okay. But yeah. Yeah, I know this week has been so I finished stream on Tuesday and less than like half an hour later we got giant announcement that changes everything about VTubing. Not everything. It doesn't actually change that much, to be honest. But like it sure feels like it. It sure feels like it. It sure feels like it. But yeah, and then I didn't stream for like 2 days, which I was scheduling to do anyway. But yeah, yeah. This week I got to work on. I got to work on some other projects though. I have another project I wanted to finish. What announcement? Not from me. No, I'm talking about Gargura. I'm talking about Gargura. We got all of VTubing changed. So yeah, I did get to work on stuff this week though. I have something I want to finish for the end of April. So I had worked on that a little earlier this week. I'll have to finish it. I'll have to actually finish it. Yeah. And then, I don't know. Now with the news of Gura, okay, here's the thing. I think Gura's graduation, because she announced it on Tuesday, and she's graduating on May 1st, right? That is not a very long time. Is what I'm thinking. Is something I noticed where I'm like, because usually like I feel like most of the other people who have graduated, they gave like at least 3 weeks, but like May 1st. I mean, maybe May 1st is 3 weeks. Hold on. Because it was announced, what, 15th? Tuesday was the 15th. Okay, no, well, 1, 2. Yeah, that's only like 2 weeks in a couple days. That's not a very long time. That's not a very long time. So yeah, there was, I think the lesson I've learned here is, if you want to cover a HoloLive song, you should probably get on it as fast as possible. Because this is the second time where I was like, maybe I should cover this song. And then the person who sang the song announced their graduation. So I'm like, okay. Is she graduating before or after Mume? I think it's after. I think Mume is like the 20... Hold on. I think Shion is... No, hold on. There's like a week where I think there's like 3 graduations, I think. I think Mume is the 28th, I think. But yeah, they probably all made a decision to terminate but could not all announce on top of each other. Yeah, that's what, from the way that like, if you've watched like Callie or Kiara streams, from the way they're talking about it, that sounds like it, more or less that's what it was. I also think that like, I imagine their contracts probably also like, because like Ame left in September, right? So that was like more or less right a year, like it's in the mark where the contract probably starts and ends, right? But yeah, all VTubers have more effect on people more than they'll be if they have big followers or a few people. You also So many people during and after COVID, continuing to this day. And I intend to continue doing that too. Yeah, Mumei's the 28th. Yeah. Because, like, girl, that was like... So, yeah. Anyway, there might be a second project. There might be a second project I will need to finish before May 1st. If I can do it fast enough. So, yeah, that's... Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, like... Yeah. Yeah. I also don't know... something I've been thinking about recently, too, is, like, I wonder how long it actually takes for somebody to graduate. If that makes sense. Like, from the moment that you, like, declare your intention to leave to the moment of your last stream, like, what is the timeline? Because I remember having the thought that I'm like, okay, hi Eggy, today's practice day for competitive solitaire? Yes. Well, not competitive. I do feel like I'm getting pretty good at it, though. Yeah. I was also working on Crony cover, also a cover, but the timer ended up being horrendous, so that is on a big pause. Crony's still around, though. Crony's not gone. Crony's still there. Keep working on that cover. But yeah, no, I wonder what the timeline is. Because, like, I've always had the thought where I'm like, okay, I imagine if you did more stuff, because, like, when you leave, right, there's still a lot of loose ends that have to be tied up, right? Yeah, if you do a grad concert, probably a month or two. Yeah, that too. Like, I mean, I imagine for somebody like Ame or Fana, who did kind of just like a thing on their own for their graduation, like, I imagine that would probably not take as long to plan. But like, if you're doing like Aqua's graduation live, that was. I remember somebody once saying that they're like, oh, I bet they just like, I bet it's like a month or something, and I'm like, look, like even a high school theater performance is planned at least like 2 months in advance. There's no way that they would put together something like Aqua's graduation live in a month. That just doesn't happen. You know, yeah. Probably a month or two. But no, I'm just thinking it would have to be longer, right? Because it's more than just planning the concert, right? It's more than just planning the graduation itself. There's also like, okay, like if you had sponsorships or if you had like, you know, brand deals with other companies, there's probably a contract to that, and you probably have to renegotiate that if you're leaving, right? Or if you're set to appear in other people's 3D lives or stuff like HoloFest, right? Like, you probably gotta wait for that, right? Like, yeah, the announcement is a month before for the big ones. I mean, yeah, but like, I'm assuming that they're preparing long before that, right? Yeah, I assume there's an explicit clause in the contract about the time to leave, but they probably stay around a little longer anyway for the fans. Well, I don't know. I imagine that's probably like a contract renewal, right? Because like Ame left on like just after the 4th anniversary, and then like I think even Vesper Magni I think was also a contract situation, right? Because they left roughly a year after debut, right? So yeah. Aqua's supposedly still signing things. Yeah, like the White Schwartz cards and stuff, right? Yeah, so I imagine... The other thing, too, is I imagine, like, the more active you are, probably the longer it takes. Like, I imagine Aqua's graduation probably was a longer process than somebody like, you know, like Mume or Fana, where it's like... Because, like, Aqua was involved with, like, a lot of stuff, right? I imagine if somebody like Callie or Suisse had to graduate, it would take like 9,000 years to happen. Because like, there's just so much, like, they're involved with so many things, right? Hello, good morning, New Comb Productions, hello. And also, nice and good morning to Zelly. And Markler. Wait, are HoloLive employees or contractors? I mean, I think they're employees, but they're... I was under the impression they signed the contract for like 1 year at a time. Because keep in mind, Sana was also left, like, a year after, right? So, like, that's why I'm thinking it's probably, like, they probably, like, you know, they extend their stay by, like, 1 year at a time, I guess. Unless something happens that causes them to need to leave in the middle of the year, I guess. But, yeah. Yeah, when Shion's grad is announced, I think Shion is like the 25th or the 26th. Because that was announced like what, like right before HoloFest, right? Like shortly before. But also, I feel like Shion was also involved with like a lot of stuff. So, yeah. I assume Nijis are contractors. Yeah. Well, Niji Foundry, I feel like, has been weirder in terms of people leaving. So, I feel like when people leave Niji Sanji, it's been like, I can't think of any cases where it's been like, except for maybe like Pamu, like where they left, like, like, you know, it wasn't like a termination, but like there was a lot of fanfare. Like I feel like Mista and Pamu were like the only two where I can be like, yeah, that was like, you know, there was like a formal, there was a formal thing that happened there. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Like they left on purpose, but also like, you know, there was great fanfare. Like there was a whole thing. Yeah, left in reasonable blood. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like they left on purpose, right? Like it wasn't like they weren't cut off. They decided to leave on purpose. You know. So that I think. Yeah. I was playing a Zachtronics game, just meow. Yeah, I think. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll talk about it when we get to the game. But yeah. But yeah, that's happening. So yeah, I might have to record something else. I might have to record a second thing before May 1st. So that's another project to do. But that'll be a problem for next week, Eggy. That'll be a problem for next week, Eggy. Once I have my ukulele, I think. But yeah, we can jump to the game. We can go gaming. Let's go gaming. Stream is late because I had this installed on my laptop and then I forgot to do it on my... I forgot to add it on my PC. So, I feel like a fake Zachtronics fan here because... so, I found about this because I played this game, Eliza. It's like a visual novel, but it has this solitaire mode, right? Which is just like a game that the main character plays on her phone. And it took me so long to beat this visual novel, like to get to the end of the story, because I was just spending so much time in solitaire. Like I was spending so much time on solitaire that I was... Oh, hold on, I just realized I didn't turn on the BGM. Hold on. We're still ukulele plink plonking. Here we go. There we go. So, there we go. Now we have funky solitaire music. So yeah, so I spent so much time playing solitaire in this game that I'm like, I was looking at the other, like, you know, when you go into Steam and you're like, oh, games from like the same people, and it's like, oh, there's an entire solitaire collection for these. Like, there's just all of them. There's just all of them. That phone is a weird shape. It looks more like a tablet, honestly. I guess it needed to be the right shape for solitaire. You know? Has to be solitaire shaped. But yeah, so I bought the collection, and then I've only had this for like 2 weeks, and I think I already have like over 40 hours in this. Did you see all Mahjong symbols? Yes, you did. I will play that one. This is actually probably one of my favorites. I think these two. This one, Shenzhen Solitaire, and Fortune's Foundation. These are my two favorites out of the collection. Yeah, which is crazy. It's a visual novel. Yeah, I don't know why they put Solitaire into this visual novel. I don't know why they put Solitaire into it. I don't know if it's just like, you know, he worked on the game and he was like, okay, well, I guess I'm obligated to put Solitaire in here now, but there's just Solitaire in it. It's fine. It's fun. It's a fun Solitaire. It means I'm playing Busted Fellows on off, and it has to be one of the games with the worst control scheme I ever played. How do you have a bad control scheme for a visual novel? Is it not just like press the button to progress? Yeah. I was playing the one from Senza and I... Yeah. This one is good. This one is good. This one is fun. But yeah, how do you manage to have like bad control schemes? Like it's a vision. Like, is it not just press button to progress? Did they not do the normal thing where it's like you press like spacebar or enter to progress, and then you like control is like skip, and then like, you know, there's like a backlog? They put a Solitaire into VN, or they put VN in their Solitaire. Honestly, sometimes with the amount I played Solitaire, it was like, this is not a story about anything else. This is just a story about like one woman playing a lot of Solitaire. Yeah. It's a cool electronics engineering game. Yeah. I remember there was one game I was looking at, like, as I was looking at reviews for the other games, there was one that people were like, don't play this if you don't know how to code. Like, it requires you to know how to code in order to play the game. And I'm like, okay, I guess not. The mouse buttons don't progress text. What? Was this, like, designed for PC? I mean, the keyboard layout, I don't know, it's like delete home end, and the buttons are alright, but weird. Huh? Huh? Because, like, maybe I could see that, like, if this was originally, was this, like, designed for consoles? Was this, like, designed for... Because if it's designed for consoles, and then it gets... Because I've seen games that are, like, made for consoles, and then they get ported to PC, and they just have, like, really weird control schemes, because they're, like, kind of trying... Like, they're assuming you have a controller. And then when you don't have a controller, they're like, oh god, we didn't think this far. We didn't think this far. The controller layout is weird because the D-pad does nothing. It's only the analog stick. What? And I'm assuming these controls aren't like you can't remap the buttons, can you? I'm playing with a PS4 controller and the button to progress text is square. Isn't that the one that's like towards... That's the one that's like towards the center, right? Like that's like where the like Y button is on a Switch controller, right? Cause like I've definitely seen some games, because I think like was it that it used to be that like X, like I feel like I've played PlayStation games where it seems that they can't agree on whether X or circle should be like back or progress. Like I've played PlayStation games because I think at some point in their history, or somebody told me it was like a Japan versus everywhere else thing, where it seems that like what's considered progress and what's considered back is different. But yeah, strange and unusual. How do you screw up the controls on a visual novel? Salutations, Mr. Love. May I interest you in some more awak? You can have my awak and I will return to slep honkshu mimi. No, I'm gonna give you more slep. I mean, I guess it's Nice and Good Friday, so I guess there's no reason you can't slep in, right? There's no reason you can't slep in. Here we go. Yeah, I do get if it was circle or cross, but it's never square. It's so unusual. Yeah! It's like X versus 0. Well, I mean, to be fair, some of it is like... This is something that, like, everybody who goes and studies in Japan ends up, like, learning the hard way, I guess? Is that... So, you know how in English, like, if you, like, take a test, right? If you're in school and you take a test, and then your teacher marks your test and returns it to you. If it is covered in circles, if you're in, at least in Canada, right? I can't say if it's the same for Europe, but, or like anywhere else for that matter. But like, actually no, this is a good question. Since I know that there are eggplants from various countries here. Where do you live? And if a teacher returns your sheet of paper to you, like your test to you, and it has a bunch of stuff circled, does that mean that you got everything right, or does that mean you got everything wrong? Like, this is a survey. Because I know that was in, like, here in Canada, if somebody has, like, again, if a teacher circles something, it means that you got it wrong, right? But in Japan, usually if your page is covered in circles, it means you got everything right. Right? So like I wonder if that's might also have to do with why like the X, like why the X versus the circle, because like I think in Japan's like X is wrong, which to be fair X is also wrong here, but circle is also wrong, you know? Yeah, circles fill me with fear. We usually get check marks if it's right. Yeah, okay. Maybe it is just a Japan thing. Because like X's I think are like mean like incorrect like everywhere, right? But I think circles here don't mean correct. Usually it has to be a check mark. Which like I don't know. Sometimes some teachers would use check marks, but I feel like it was more common to have circles. Yeah, circles fill me with fear. Yeah, because like you got it wrong. Yeah, Southeast US, 90% of the time, anything marked on the test that isn't a score means wrong. Yeah. Like, I guess if you want, like, minimal marking. But here, usually teachers will often go, they will still put check marks on things just for their own, like, reference as well, to make sure that they're, like, it's not just like, oh, this is correct, it's also like, yes, I have marked this section already, I don't need to go back and do it again, you know? Yeah, circles are kind of a gentle version of, hey, you need to rethink this. Yeah, it's basically just like, I mean, I think some teachers do it because it's like, it's not just saying this is wrong, it's also saying like, this specific part was wrong, like, or if it was like a multiple choice, they might have like a circle around the right answer. But yeah, no, that was something to get used to. Yeah, I've not seen consistency between checks or circles in my opinion, in my experience. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to ask this on Twitch. We'll have to ask this on Twitch so we can get like an even bigger sampling of countries. But yeah. We can do let's do some actual solitaire. Cuz I feel like, oh, I'm so glad my win count carries over. Do you see my win count? I've won this at this 51 times. 51 times. Now, granted, today, I might not be top of my game, because I do still have to yap as I do this. But yeah, Ron! No, Ron. No Roning. Actually, no. This will definitely play out. There we go. There we go. We're doing fancy maneuvers here. This is the version with like free cell with less free cells. Okay, so how this version works is that, so you see that we have the cards here. We have the 3 dragons, and then we have these that go from 1 to 9. So basically the goal is that you have to uncover all of them as well as getting the green dragons. So the numbered ones have to be stacked. Well, they have to be stacked like in order, right? So like so. Once they're in order, they can be moved, you know, they can be moved in groups, right? As long as they stay in order. Now, on top of that as well, they cannot be stacked, like you cannot have 2 of the same suit in a row. So, for instance, I could not put this 4 on top of this 5, but I could put the 4 here because the 5 is not red, right? So you move them like so. As well, dragons can't be stacked. That's the other challenge, is dragons can't be stacked. They can be moved into new spots, but they cannot be stacked. That's the other challenge. So once like all 4 dragons of a certain suit are visible or are like exposed, then you can press on one of these buttons. They'll light up. So you can press on them and then it just collects them all into one spot. So that's how that works. And I think I might have screwed up. I think I might have bungled this one a bit. Hold on. Oh no, I think about no, oh no. I mean, maybe there's a way to salvage this. I mean, there probably isn't, because that 3 is buried there. And I can't stack. I don't even have any 4. I have like 3 of a bunch of them. Can you move the 4 up, maybe? Nope, because I'm missing the 3. And that 4 is buried. Yeah, I think I screwed that one. Here's the other thing that makes these so challenging is there's no undo button. Oh, actually, no. There's an undo button for one of them, but it only lets you undo the previous turn. So you can't just like, it's not like regular Solitaire where you can like just hit undo over and over until you reset back to the beginning, right? So if you screw up, you know, that's a you problem. You gotta start over. Yeah. What happens with the dragons if they all lie bare? I will try to demonstrate that once I can actually get them. Once I can actually get them open. Here we go. Oh goodness, that's like 3 dragons in a row behind the 7. That's gonna be really annoying. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you'll see there's a lot of like, you know, moving things around so that the suit matches up, you know? There we go. Okay. So, here we go. So you can see now the white dragon has been lit up and it does this. And then it goes shloop. It goes shloop, and then it like it puts them all into one spot. So now we have 1 fewer spot open at the top here, but that's okay because we now have, you know, 4 fewer cards on the board here. So it all works out. Sort of. Sort of, to an extent. Oops. No, hold on. Okay, these red dragons are gonna get really annoying. You see how there's like 3 of them stacked there? There's like 3 of them. There we go. Here we go. And now the greens are doable. Shloop. And then everything else is falling into place except for the... Why are they stacked 3 in a row? Shloop. There we go. See, I still got it. I know how to win games. I know how to win at video games. But yeah, can you stack a triplet? No. So... Even if you have multiple dragons stacked on top of each other, dragons can only be moved individually. You can't stack a dragon, and you can't... Yeah, you can't stack the dragons. You can't stack the dragons, and you can't move the dragons on top of anything else. This game gives me the terrible urge to backseat. You're gonna backseat me at Solitaire? At Solitaire? Oh boy, we're gonna get into one that's gonna be even more backseaty. We're gonna get... I'm sorry for doing this on YouTube where the lag is so bad that by the time I've done something, it's too late. It's too late. You can't save me from my own mistakes here. There we go. See, I can play video games. Hold on, I'm sitting here verifying if I can play video games. Yeah, I can play video games, okay. There we go. See, I can play video games. You know, with some level of skill, too. There we go. It's like 30 seconds, maybe more. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix that. Yeah, you do have rewind enabled, which is kind of a manual lag problem. Yeah, because it turns itself on whether I want it to or not. I have great complaints about YouTube streaming. In fact, I have mostly only complaints about YouTube streaming. I don't think I have any thoughts on YouTube streaming that aren't just a complaint in some form or another. Yippee! 17.5 seconds for me. Yeah, this is gonna be torture. This is gonna be torture for people who want to backseat me on this. Yeah. You responded to that like 10 seconds after I posted it, which accounting for human response time seems reasonable. Yeah, yeah. You gotta give me like an extra like 2 or 3 seconds to like read the message. I mean, I guess I'm a pretty fast reader, but... I don't know. I don't know. What's the average human reading speed for YouTube like chat comments? Because like I definitely remember as a kid I was like a very fast reader for like books. But like I also realized that that's not, being able to read a book really fast is not the same thing as being able to read like, what I'm saying is a book is longer than a Twitch chat, YouTube chat comment. I don't think that meant anything. I don't think that meant anything. Okay, so this might screw me over. Because I find that if you have one of each dragon up here, that's never a good time. That's never a good idea. It's never a good idea to do that. And yet here I am doing that. Just generally doing things that are a bad idea. Okay. This is the thing with these games, with the Zachtronic ones. You really gotta like think ahead. You have to really think ahead. Like it's like never move a card unless you know what to do with the card behind it, right? Like, you really have to think ahead. You have to be thinking, like, 2 steps ahead. Yeah. 13.06? Okay, yeah, maybe it depends on location, too. Because if I'm streaming from Canada, maybe if you live further away from Canada, maybe there's, like, a bigger lag. Easter Sunday, no Majora's Mask? Go. No. Okay, Punk Asian. I announced it earlier. I'm going to be doing Majora's Mask on Monday morning. So we're going to have a Majora Monday. And then Zhang will be moved to Tuesday. That's the schedule. That's the plan. That's the plan for now. Yeah, I wish YouTube chat was a lot better in general. Well, I think, again, I've complained about YouTube enough before, but I think the main thing is just that, like, this doesn't, like, YouTube was not designed to do this, I think. YouTube was designed to be a place to post videos. I feel like everything else is just kind of like, you know, we had to force our way into figuring out how to do everything else, right? Okay, hold on. This might also be a bad... Never mind, this is not a bad idea. This is a fine idea. It's fine. We're fine, and we're... No, we're not. Hold on. Oh, that was short-sighted. That was awfully short-sighted. This game has got me saying things like, that was awfully short-sighted. But, oh, that was awfully short-sighted. I did not think ahead. I gave this grand speech about thinking ahead, and then I proceeded to not do that. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think there's any more moves I can make here. The only moves I can make are just moving more stuff around. Just moving things back and forth. Yeah. I used to do that. For whatever seconds, YouTube always takes us extra 30 seconds to load after the stream loads. Yeah, or it didn't used to do that, but now it's been that way for a long time now. I'm sure the #1 video hosting platform can find a way to make it work as smooth as Twitch. I don't know. YouTube has all sorts of weirdness about it, right? Like, I've complained about how you need to press, like, 3 different buttons to go live. But I think the other problem is that, like, you know, for all the issues that Twitch has, I've never dealt with a problem where, Twitch chat stops loading because there are too many people in chat. Like, I've noticed that when I've watched, like, really, like, you know, very popular streams where there's, like, a lot of people in chat. Yeah, if there's too many people talking in chat, then, like, the entire stream will lag, and then it fixes itself if you close chat. It's... it's not a good way of going about things. I would not say... No, hold on. No. Hold on. There we go. Now we're thinking ahead so we can run directly into a wall again. Oops. What was I trying to do? What was I trying to do here? What was I trying to do? Hold on. I promise I'm usually good at this. Like, you can see that I've won at this 53 times. Yeah. For both static and live is better than Twitch theoretically. Yeah, it must be an intentional feature to slow down a chat that is too fast considering it's just text. No, but, like, the chat doesn't slow down. The stream itself will stop loading. Like, I know when I was watching Fauna's graduation a few months ago, the chat would, like, I had to close chat for the entirety of the stream because there was too many people there, there was too many people saying things. And, yeah, the video stopped buffering. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my internet, and it turns out nothing was wrong with my internet. There just literally was too many people. There was just literally too many people. Like, I've never seen that happen on Twitch. Or any, to be honest, or any other video streaming site for that matter. Oh, I didn't think this through. Hold on. I was too busy yapping and then I didn't think it through. I didn't think it through! Hold on. No, wait. No, never mind. That doesn't fix anything. Nothing here fixes anything. Dummy dunny moment. Yeah. The stream keeps loading because it keeps pulling thousands of comments because it loads YouTube profile pictures, which is why it somewhat works with Hyperchat installed. Ah, okay. That's true, because Twitch only shows your name, right? It doesn't show your profile picture. Yeah, I've been interested in the Zachtronics Solitaire collection. Zachtronics Solitaire games always seem weird but cool. Yeah, again, I haven't, aside from the visual novel, I haven't played any of the other ones, but like now I'm interested. Like, okay, hold on. I need to actually think with my eggy brain. Because I'm making too many short-sighted moves here. I need to think ahead. I'm not thinking ahead enough. Here we go. Now I'm thinking ahead. There we go. Here we go. I'm thinking. Look at all this thinking going on. Don't you see the gears turning in my eggy brain? This is the stream where I prove that I have an eggy brain. I prove that eggs are full of omega-3. Or maybe not. Hold on. No, this is fixable. No, this is... This is maybe fixable. You know, this is not an insurmountable obstacle. I may have created an insurmountable obstacle. I maybe did that. Hold on. There was no insurmountable obstacle, and then I went and created one. I went and created one for myself. That's called BBS, a collection of games I've been eyeing for a long time. Also has a solitaire game in it. I think all of his have solitaire games. It's mandatory. Twitch is extremely reliable for big chat. Stuff like World Championships and League just works. Yeah. I feel like most of the issues I've had with Twitch have mostly been on, like, mobile. I feel like their app isn't very good. It's better than it used to be, I think. But, like, maybe that's also just because I got a new phone. So now it's, like, actually functional. Maybe it's my phone that improved. Maybe Twitch was fine all along. Yeah. Test the egg brain by spinning the egg and see how fast it spins. If the egg is raw, she might start talking about Vocaloid or fashion. The egg is spinning. Do like witch trials on your egg to find out if it's rotten or not. Isn't that like a thing where like if you put like an egg in water, it's like testing if it's rotten or not? Like if you have an egg and you put it in water and if it like floats, then it's good, and then if it sinks, then it's like it's rotten. Or maybe that was the other way around. No, it was if it sinks, it's good. If it floats, then it's rotten. Sorry, it was the other way around. It was the other way around. I will not spread misinformation on the eggy net. I will not spread misinformation. No misinformation on the eggy net. Only nice and good, true things. Yeah, the Twitch app is not always good, sometimes bad. Depends on the latest update, breaks something, I guess. Yeah, I don't like the new TikTok setup thing that they did, especially since that, like, Twitch doesn't actually support vertical streaming. So, like, when you scroll through things, it just looks like stuff is missing. Like, it just looks like the screen is very tiny. It's not a good idea in any capacity. But, like, I don't know. Once I click into the stream, it's mostly fine, right? Okay, this is where I start needing to become smarter. Hold on. This is where I have to display some forward thinking here. Because, I mean, stacking numbers is all well and good. But where I really get stuck is almost always... It's always the dragons. It's always the dragons that get me caught, right? No. That would be foolish and short... No, never mind. That would be smart and long-sighted. Long-sighted? that would be the opposite of foolish. Or maybe not. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. We're so back. There we go. No, we're not so back. What am I doing? Hold on. What am I doing? Curse this one. Curse the one so that's like stuck behind like 4 dragons. It's just stuck in line there. Oh. I see where I went wrong. I have once again been short-sighted. I didn't think of anywhere to put that 5. I am a fool. I am a fool. Followed Eggy's wrong instructions. Ate a spoiled egg and now have food poisoning. No! No! I spread misinformation on the internet. I can't spread misinformation on the internet. Doing that is mean and bad. Okay, wait, no. Hold on. It's not over. 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 We can still save ourselves here. We can still save ourselves here. It's not, it's an unconventional method, but we can save ourselves here. It's not over. 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 Hold on. Big eggy brain. Big eggy brain. I am smart. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Twitch's mobile app infinitely superior to YouTube because they don't force you to get premium to listen in the background. That's fair. That's fair. To be fair, like, I'm one of the 8 people on Earth, I think, who pay for YouTube Premium. Because I mostly used it before I had data. I mostly used it to save videos to watch offline. Now that I have data, I might rethink it, but, you know. It's a convenience enough. I know people are like, there's other apps that you can do this with, but I'm like, yeah, but, like, they keep getting taken down, so... Yeah. Background play really should be a feature for everybody. It is annoying that it's premium, but again, it's a convenience that I'm just like, at this point, like, I've gotten too used to it. Like, I'm sure if I was, like, really, really struggling for money, I could probably let go of YouTube Premium. But at this point, I think I'm okay for now. I think I'm fine. Yeah. I wonder if this game is always winnable or if there are unwinnable starts like some other Solitaire games have. Yeah, I feel like... Because for this one, I feel like every game has been winnable. I know one of the other ones, like I think, I can play it after. There's like one that's closer to more traditional, like, you know, Klondike Solitaire. That one I think is sometimes unwinnable. Some of them are unwinnable, I think. I think usually these ones are winnable though. Like, every time I've gotten stuck, it's never like, ah, this is nonsense. It's more like, oh, I screwed up. Like, I don't know. I usually never finish the game being like, this is glorp shit. I don't know, that's been like my favorite meme lately. The little alien that's like, this is glorp shit. I think about that one all the time. I can't stop quoting it. Like at any inconvenience, I'm just like, ugh. This is glorp shit. Yeah. New Pipe was not taken down in 7 years, and one of the devs definitely exists. He definitely exists because I met him IRL. He can confirm with his own 2 eyes. Yeah. Also, you're an Android, so you can both sideload and install F-Droid. Yeah, I share a YouTube Premium family because old people plus and parents plus smart TVs, etc., and aren't tech savvy. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. My parents. I don't think my parents pay for any streaming services because I think they just keep like asking me and my sister. They're like, "Hey, can I get your password to Netflix? Can I get your password to Amazon Prime?" So like, there's some streaming services like I think my parents use Netflix more than I do, but I can't get rid of Netflix because they're the ones using it. Yeah, if I was on PC, I don't really need premium. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just because like, again, I'm phone watcher. I am the phone watcher. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm having a think. I'm having a think. I'm having a think. Here we go. The think was somewhat successful. I don't think it's the most successful think I've ever had, though. I've definitely thought harder before. Yeah, I don't think I thought as hard as I should have. I don't think I thought as hard as I should have. I should have thought a little harder, I think. Yeah, I think we've run out of places to go. I didn't think very hard. I didn't think hard enough. Didn't think hard enough. But yeah. Twitch Turbo is very tempting to have no site-wide ads. Yeah, and I think actually you can still subscribe to individual people on Twitch Turbo, right? So like if you want to support a specific streamer, you can still do that. But I think the other thing with Twitch Turbo is that like I've seen it in my own stats, right? You still get paid because you know how like, you know, every time you watch an ad, I get like paid a little bit. I get paid for running ads, right? But Twitch Turbo, I think, has like a thing where like you can run ads and still like I can still get paid for running ads even if the people watching the ads are all using Twitch Turbo. Like it still counts it. It just counts it differently. If anything, I might earn a little more money. It's like how apparently like on YouTube having like people view with YouTube Premium will still earn people money, and apparently it's like not a bad amount either. Okay. No. I think too hard for that. I will be too hard of a thinker for that. There we go. Big eggy brain. Big eggy brain. Big eggy brain. Brain. Okay. Brain. Brain. There we go. I can solve things. I have a brain that works. Yeah. If I did have to pick a subscription service, YouTube probably wins with value. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends what you use the most. Because I think I watch more YouTube than I do, like, anything else. Because I guess for me, YouTube has, like, multiple functions, right? Because, like, again, it's a site where everybody uploads, right? So, like, I can watch VTubers. I can watch, you know, video essays. If I need to look up a tutorial for something or another, I will be using YouTube for that too. Like, I feel like there's just like a lot more. I spend more time on YouTube than on anything else, I think, when it comes to like streaming. As opposed to like Netflix, where it's like, okay, I will watch Netflix if I have something I want to watch on Netflix, and in no other situation, pretty much. You know? All that could, okay, those moves could have ended very badly for me. But it's a good thing I have a big eggy brain. Okay. This egg got their omega-3s. Yeah. I am full of omega-3. I am full of protein. Again, this could go very poorly for us. But maybe not. Truly, you never know. You never know. There we go. Now we're in motion here. Now we're in motion. Oh. There we go. Big brain, big brain, big brain, big brain, big brain, big brain. Win number 56 for EGGY. Win number 56. Win number 56. Let me get some water. Hold on. Nya. 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 Easy, easy, big brain, giant brain. Everybody has to be very impressed right now. You all have to be very impressed. Oh boy, okay, that could have gone very poorly. And still could go very poorly. This still could, by all means, go very poorly. I'm making a lot of extremely short-sighted moves here. My luck, I think, is about to run out. Hold on. I'd like to announce that my luck has run out. My luck has run out. My luck has run out. That was a lot of very short-sighted moves, though. Again, you really have to think. You have to think 2 steps ahead. You know. You really do have to think 2 steps ahead. I think another thing I've noticed with not just this one, but all the ones in this collection is that, like, the big goal often is, and the key to doing everything is to open up space, right? Like, there is nothing more advantageous to you than an empty space. Like, that's really what the whole game is about, is like, this is like space openers. You're open in space. That is the main goal and possibly the only goal. This is a game about opening up space. Which I am failing to do. Hold on. Oh, wait. I was gonna say it's not over. It's actually over. Never mind, it's actually over. It is over, and there is no way of coming back. There is no way of coming back. We are the exact opposite of so back. We're the exact opposite of so back. It's completely over. It's 100% over. No chance. No chance. Not a single shot at being so back, you know? Not a single one. I definitely need to get out of the habit of putting... Because I think it's okay to put dragons up here, but I need to get out of the habit of putting, like, non-dragon cards up here. I think that's my other room, but that's my other issue. That's my other issue. I keep doing that, and it's probably not good for me. You know what I just said? Ignore it. Ignore it. No, actually, don't ignore it. Hold on, that would be a bad idea. That would be a bad call. Hold on. Putting non-dragons up is mostly fine. Well, I mean, to be fair, putting non-dragons up is fine as long as you have space to put them back. Because otherwise you get them stuck there. Because that's the thing, is that, like, numbers can stack, but dragons can't. So... you have to, it's better to focus on putting the dragons up there because you can't put them anywhere else. They can't go anywhere else, you know? No, this would be a bad idea. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe this won't be a bad idea. This was a bad idea. This was a terrible idea. This was not a good idea. This was not smart. Not a smart move on my part. Hold on. Yeah. You could have put a white one there, or you could have put a red one there and then cleared the white dragons. Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, okay. I'm hesitant to move the dragons, because if I screw up on moving a dragon, then you're kind of just screwed. There's nowhere else you can go from there, right? So usually I don't like moving the dragons unless it's, like, completely necessary. There we go. Yeah. Just as you moved a dragon, screwed yourself. Exactly. That's why you should, like, never move a dragon. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Oh, I could have made a mistake, but then I didn't. You should be proud of me. Oh, wait, no, hold on. That wouldn't be a mistake. That would be a smart thing to do, actually. This would be very good and very smart, actually. There we go. Very good and very smart. We are nice and good and smart here. Very high egg-telligence. There we go. Schloop. Schloop. There we go. There we go. New Solitaire Real Estate Edition. Buy and sell free space. Well, it's like, okay, free space is the point. Like, let's switch to a different one. Let's switch to a different one. Because this is another one. This one is closer to traditional Solitaire. The main difference, like, it's still the same in the sense that, like, you have to get all the cards from, like, ace until king into these holes here, right? The main difference is that instead of, because you know how in usual Solitaire, you pick up, like, 3 cards at a time, right? And they give you 3 cards at a time here. But the difference is that, you'll see once I press it again, they stack. They stack. So basically it gives you this big, long line of cards. Which you gotta be careful about. Like, look. Well, actually, no, maybe it might be advantageous to do this. But look. It stacks, right? It stacks like this. Like so. So I feel like the fact that it hasn't given me, like, it's only giving me the red aces, this may be a problem in the near future, but maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think I'm exactly playing. This is not the most skillful playing I've ever done. I can't say that, but here we go. Finally. Okay. Something helpful. I might already be screwed. Yeah, she's solitairing. Here at EGGY Industries, we only play the most exciting games, the most exciting new releases. Solitaire. Yeah, I think I already screwed myself over here. It's like I start stream, and then I completely forget everything I know about playing this. Okay, so I remember the strategies I figured out. This is another one where it's like, okay, opening up space is the priority. Take from the bottom here. Like, don't take from the top here unless, like, you know, if you have a choice between taking from the top and taking from the bottom, it's usually better to take from here. But then the other thing I've learned is don't move like a 2 or a 3 unless you have like a very good reason to do so. Because I find that every time I've done that, I kind of end up screwing myself over. Like, it's okay to move the other stuff, but just not like the 2s or the 3s. Avoid those if you can. This is another case if you gotta think ahead. Because if I move this, I have this 9 here, right? I can move this 8, and I can move the 7 here, but then I don't have anything to do with that jack. Which is a new problem. I have invented a new problem, right? Oh, I can definitely move this, though. Where am I? Okay, hold on. No, they're right there. They're right there. I was like, where am I? Where are the black suit aces? They're right there. They're right there. I guess I can move this up here, because you also get like one free slot to have like a spare space. There we go. So that'll be helpful for something, presumably, later. Presumably this will be of some use. Oh, I guess I can move this. That's pretty useful. That's a pretty useful thing to do. Still can't do anything with this 3, though. Still can't do anything. You're useless to me! Okay, maybe not as useless as I thought. There we go. That's a pretty useful thing to do. Feeble. I have made feeble decisions. I'm making feeble decisions here. Got some real feeble decision making going on right now. Hold on. Trying to make the least feeble decision. But I can't say our options are good here. I think putting this up here was definitely a feeble decision. Well, okay, hold on. Wait. Maybe not so feeble. No, that was insanely feeble. Why did I do that? So I can move this back and forth. See, I should have taken my own advice about, like, never move 3s and 2s. I should have taken my own advice here. If only that this was, like, the ace. If only this had been, like, the ace of spades. That would have been so useful. If only this was the ace of spades. Like, but the 2 of clubs is already back here. Man! Feeble! Feeble! Feeble decision making. Feeble. 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 Well, I blame you, Eggy. Now I'm playing Microsoft Solitaire Collection on my phone. You know what? It's gonna be like how, like, everyone slowly started playing Zhong. Like, all the VTubers slowly started zhonging. It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that. We're starting a trend here. We're trendsetters. We're setting the trend here. Soon, every VTuber, that'll be the new meta. The new meta, the Solitaire meta. We're starting the Solitaire meta. You know, I mean, video games are getting expensive. We might as well just all play the stuff that's already installed on our computer by default when we purchase it. There we go. I think we're getting somewhere now. We're getting somewhere now. I'm gonna find some way to screw this up, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, and that concerns me. No, it's fine. This opens up another space anyway. Phew, okay, thank God. That could have been very disastrous. Man, we have everything except the clubs. The clubs. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to do the unadvisable and move the 3s and 2s. Extremely unadvisable, but it's a desperate situation here. Even the 2. Nothing can be spared. Truly desperate times we live in. Solitaire is kind of Grandma Core, embracing the non-existent hag tag. Yeah, you can't do tags on YouTube. Well, I think you can, but like most people don't use them. At least not for streams, I don't think. Well, some people do. I guess I never thought about them very hard. Yeah. Yeah. I play Freestyle quite a bit. For that, you have to stream this on both Twitch and YouTube. Oh, Eggplant, it's time for your daily Solitaire game. No, well, okay. Actually, speaking of streaming things on Twitch versus YouTube, something I was thinking about, because in the past week, for some reason, the VOD for my Enna stream just, like, completely popped off. For reasons unknown to me. I guess the algorithm, it tickled the algorithm the right way. So I realized what I'm thinking of doing is maybe, in the future, going forward, is, when I do streams for, like, story-based games, I'm thinking of maybe doing those here on YouTube. And then I would leave stuff, you know, like Solitaire, I guess. Stuff like that would be saved for Twitch. Which, because I'm, like, looking back, it feels like it would make more sense to do it that way. Because... oh, goodness, what have I done? How did I screw this one up? Hold on. I moved a 3! I committed a sin. I committed a sin. I committed a sin. Where are all my 2s? Oh my god, all the 2s are in the pile. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. All of them are there. They're all there. But yeah, it makes more sense to do the story-based stuff on YouTube, I think, because the VOD saving here is much better. Man, I got so far. So, like, if people need to go back and, like, you know, keep track of what happened earlier in the story of a game, then it's much easier to do that on YouTube, right? Compared to Twitch, where, like, if it's been a while since I streamed, the last time I streamed the game, then, like, you know, it might be gone. The VOD might be gone. So I think that's probably what I'm gonna do going forward. 5-hour visual novel stream, occasionally interrupted by an egg. No! But, like, I'm talking, like, RPG Maker games. So, like, I'll finish up EGGY on Twitch, but I think going forward, if I stream any more, like, RPG Maker games, it will probably almost certainly be on YouTube. I just think it makes more sense. It just makes more sense, you know? To do it that way. No! Hold on, I should have put down that 7. It's fine, we'll probably survive this. Probably. Worse things have happened. I have made worse moves than that. Moves such as this one. I've made such questionable maneuvers here. There we go. Remember, if you want to archive Twitch VODs, there's still time to download them if you hit the VOD hour cap. Here's the thing. I don't save my Twitch VODs. If there's any Twitch VODs in there, sometimes what I'll do is that, like, if there's a part of a stream I need to cut out, then it sometimes I have it saved as a highlight. I don't know. Because sometimes, I don't know what to do for these kinds of streams. Because, like, sometimes what will happen is that there will be a stream where, like, there's something that needs to get cut out of the VOD, right? Like, you know, maybe I said a piece of personal information, or there was something on my computer screen that showed that I didn't want it to. You know, it happens, right? But I never know what to do in these situations, because it's like, if I cut it out, then it gets saved as a highlight forever, which I don't know if that's better or worse, you know? I don't know if that's better or worse. Might have to, oh wait, hold on. I was gonna say I might have to do something very ill-advised, but looks like I don't have to. I can just do something normal advised. Just a normal amount of advised, you know? Here we go. Normal advised. You know, just regular advised. That would be pretty ill-advised, though. Here we go. This is normal advised. No, wait, no, this goes here. See, we're getting somewhere. Maybe not where I want to be, but we're getting somewhere. If you mean you on YouTube, could you disable the rewind feature and then publish the VOD after checking? No, I mean for Twitch. I mean for Twitch. Cause yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that like if I screw up, then I'm like, okay, I will simply, you know, I'll just get rid of the VOD. But then it's like, oops, the VOD's there forever. Oops. Oops. And speaking of oops, oh wait, hold on, maybe not oops, maybe, nope, that was still oops, that was just oops in a different way. Okay, hold on. Nope, maybe not oops, maybe not oops. Maybe we can save ourselves here. We can't save ourselves here. We can't save ourselves here because the 4 is locked behind all these other cards. Hold on, I'm having a dame moment. Hold on. Having huge dame moment. Man! I got this far. If I just had a space to move the king into, I don't have a space to move the king into, so I can't move any of these other guys here. No! 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 Oops, cereal. Now with more oops, loops, and hoops. Just oops, oops, all oops. Oops, all oops. Nothing but oops. Now with extra oops. Oops, all oops. Now with more extra regret. Part of a complete breakfast. All I can do is dance to funky music. Okay, so that still at least remains open. But where do we go from here? I mean, I guess we can still get somewhere from here. It's not completely hopeless. It's like a normal amount of hopeless. Just a normal amount. I can't believe it's not oops. 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 Zachtronics Solitaire, noise. Yeah, we're streaming. We're solitaire streaming. Solitaire gaming. Solitaire gaming. I don't know how much gaming is actually getting done at the moment, but we are, in theory, gaming. Hypothetically, we're gaming. In theory, we are... Legally speaking, we're playing video games. I think I'm about to run into another oops already. Ah. Well, oh, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Well, oh, well, maybe not, maybe we're okay. Maybe this is survivable. Probably not, but like maybe. Anything is possible if we put our minds to it. Maybe not this, but like anything. Anything. Oh no. Well, anything was possible. Previous, past tense, past tense. Oh, hold on. Everything is possible again. Anything is possible again. Anything is possible again. We're back. Where we're back to, I'm not quite sure. Well, okay, we're a little bit back. We're a little bit back. Hold on. We're a little bit back. We're a little bit back. We have like a touch of being back. Just a little taste, just a little sampling of being back. It might be over again. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. It's never over. Oh, there we go. We're back. We're actually back. I think we're actually back. I think we're reaching the legal definition of being back. There we go. Legally speaking, I'm allowed to say that we're back. Oh, okay, yeah. We're back for this time. We're back for this time. We're back for this time. The back so over meter is going crazy. The commentator is here. The commentator is here. There we go. It's looking more like Solitaire with VN than VN with Solitaire. Well, this is all Solitaire. Yeah, they all have great Solitaire games. Yeah, it's like... It's difficult solitaires. You all made fun of me. You're all like, oh, Eggy's old. She's gonna stream Solitaire. Oh, Eggy's old. There we go. See, I can win at Solitaire. I can win at Solitaire. I'm proving it. I'm proving my abilities here. I'm proving my abilities. I am a worthy Solitaire player. I probably shouldn't have moved that 3. I'm probably gonna go back and regret that, but that's okay. Okay. I can't say I'm too pleased with what we're working with here, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, did I screw up, or was this one just unwinnable from the start? Wanna see how she fares at the Funky Circle Solitaire? Oh, Funky Circle Solitaire I've done okay at. I can't say it's my favorite, but like Funky Circle Solitaire I'm okay. Can't wait till the Eggy match 3. Yeah, Eggy Bejeweled arc. Okay, 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 we're gonna have to do the unadvisable and move the 2s. This will not provide us any help whatsoever. What's your favorite? So my 2 favorite are the one with the Mahjong cards and the one with the tarot cards. The tarot cards one is very challenging. It's very challenging. But it's like, it's challenging in a fun way. I never feel frustrated with it. Eggy Honey Pub arc when? I mean, okay, I have access to it. I don't think I would stream it because I don't know. I know that you can't stream it on Twitch. I know that for sure. I feel like maybe I would stream it as like a joke subathon goal. like maybe if I did a subathon, that could be a goal. I feel like that's I feel like that's the only reason I would have to stream it. I've been told that, like, despite everything, it's apparently quite good, like, as a match 3 game. Like, it apparently, like, it fulfills its purpose very well. I guess both of its purposes. I need to see what ace. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was like, I need to see what ace that is before I feel comfortable proceeding here. Yeah, that tarot card is a new one, exclusive to this pack. Neat, didn't know that. Yeah, yeah. I like the tarot card one a lot. The tarot card one is very good. And I'm failing to understand how I managed to do better at that tarot card one than I'm doing here. This one should be simpler. It's supposed to be simpler. Yeah, I think the only one out of the entire collection that I can say I don't care for is the cribbage one, but I think that's just because I don't understand cribbage. I think that's more of a me problem, you know? That's more of a me problem. Oh, wait, hold on. What am I doing? Why was I just, like, spending so much time thinking on that one? Hold on. Oh, hold on. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. But if I don't proceed carefully, it might be. Hold on. It's been a hot minute since we saw Eggy New York Times games. I think I played. Oh, actually, the other day. Oh, I guess it was like a few weeks ago. I remember when I streamed the, I think I played Wordle. I played like a few of them with Bodega. The other week when I streamed, when we streamed together for the Nintendo Direct. We streamed for the Direct. I remember we did a couple of them. But like we didn't, that wasn't the main point of the stream. So, is this, did I, maybe I'm, is there something I'm not seeing? Oh yeah, there was something I wasn't seeing. Never mind, I just wasn't very smart. Okay. I just wasn't very smart. Okay, that's fine. It happens. It happens. Sometimes you just aren't very intelligent. There we go. Sometimes it really is like, am I missing something? And the answer is just like objectively yes. Yeah. The Duels collab, yeah. Wordle, Scrandle, Bandle. Oh, I haven't done Mahjong Handle in a while. I like that one. I mean, to be fair, it's funny because I know that one of these days, inevitably, they're just going to have one that's just going to be just straight up 13 orphans. It's just going to be 13 orphans. And I'm going to get it right on the first try. Just because 13 orphans is just like the objectively best opening one. Oh, whoa, oh, 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 oh. No, 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 no. Hold on. Oh, 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 oh. There we go. The cycle of oh, 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 and no, 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 no. Okay, now might be the time to move this. There we go. This is the most opportune time. That might have not been the most opportune time to do that. Well, I don't know. Maybe if we believe in ourselves and never give up. See? There we go. I believed in myself and didn't give up. Here we go. Gonna believe in myself even harder. There we go. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We're believing in ourselves here. We're believing in ourselves here. Okay, might have believed in myself a little too hard. Might have believed in myself a little too hard. Hold on. This is not like an unfixable problem. We're okay. There we go. There we go. We believed in ourselves the correct amount. There we go. Yeah. I'm keeping my so back so over meter on standby. See? There we go. We believed in ourselves just the right amount. A correct amount of believing in ourselves. Maybe I'll do what, you know what? I'll do one more. I'll do one more so I can bring my win count to 25 and then we'll move on to a different one. You know? Yeah, I'm remembering how to game. I'm remembering how to game. I'm remembering how games work. I don't know. Do you guys consider Solitaire to be a video game? I was thinking recently about how, like, the definition of video game, or like the definition of games has kind of stretched a bit. Because I was thinking about how, like, You know how when people say, like, oh, video games, you think of, like, you know, maybe, like, first-person shooters or, like, an RPG or something? And I was thinking about how, like, you know, if somebody says they work in the games industry, like, yeah, they could be working for, like, you know, one of the bigger publishers, but they could also be just as easily working for, like, I don't know, a mobile game, like Bejeweled or something. Like, that's still a video game, right? Yeah, either an even number, a multiple of 5, or a multiple of 10 are the best ending numbers. Yeah. But you don't always get a say in that exactly, right? Okay, maybe if I... That would be unadvisable. Actually, that might not be as unadvisable as I thought. No, that was... No, hold on. Never mind, that was somewhat advisable. That was somewhat advisable. Now what happens next? Now that might be unadvisable. But we might actually be okay, never mind, that was advisable. Yeah. Solitaire by definition counts as a video game, but it counts as its own thing. Yeah, because, like, the perception of video games is stuff like Call of Duty or Halo is a marketing gimmick, mostly. Because, yeah, like, I always thought about, like, because, again, when you think about, like, a gamer, it's usually, like, you know, this is a guy who plays video games, TM. But, like, yeah, again, gaming counts as more than that now, you know? This may have been unadvisable. Yeah, I think there's nowhere else we can go from here. Unless there's something I'm missing, but I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't see a way out of this one. Yeah. Can't think of a definition of gaming that would exclude Solitaire without excluding a bunch of other video games, or like the definition of video game. The same can be said for gamer. Yeah, well, I feel like gamer was always kind of a sales category, right? Like, it was not like an actual demographic of people. It was like, yeah, this is our target market, you know? So I think, like, again, the definition of gamer has definitely expanded. But I don't know, I also feel like it's not a niche anymore. I guess the idea of, like, a gamer made more sense when it was, like, video games were more of a niche product, but they are becoming less and less so. So it's like, at this point, it's like, why would you, like... At this point, I feel like calling yourself a gamer kind of... With all due respect to people who play a lot of games, I feel like it's a little cringe at this point. To refer to yourself as a gamer. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Like, I don't know a lot of people. What I'm saying is I don't know a lot of people who, like, refer to themselves as gamers unironically. Like, it's not that gaming is cringe, it's that specifically calling yourself a gamer, I think, is cringe. That's my take on it. Like, gaming is fun and good, and you should do it. But, like, I don't know. Feels kind of weird when you have somebody building an entire identity around it, I guess. Why did I do that? That was foolish. I've committed foolishness. Oh, I just... Oh, wait. No, maybe that was... Okay, that was only a little bit foolish. We're good. We're good. Now I have to commit some other foolish move. Hold on. I have to commit a different form of foolishness. Yeah, like, capital G gamer has some, like, connotations. Yeah, yeah. Well, again, I just think it's, like, a term that, like, again, at some point probably described something that was useful, but now it's just, like... I guess now it feels more transparently like a marketing gimmick. Like, you wouldn't open an ad with, like, "What's up, gamers?" Okay. Oh, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. We're making something resembling progress. Yeah, it doesn't help that video games are so broad that you can't assume any kind of shared experience. Yeah, that too, that too. Well, I don't know, I was thinking more recently about how, like, you know how, like, in the olden days, and by the olden days I mean, like, several years back, for the most part, with the exception of a PC, most other devices that you would have, right, like stuff like phones, like your phone was your telephone call machine, right, like it did like two things, and that was like calling and texting, right? But like now we're at a place where it's like you have one device that does everything, right? You used to have your gaming machine and your texting machine and your, like, you used to have a bunch of individual machines that serve like one purpose, and then now you have like the gaming machine, or you have the machine, right? You have the machine and it does everything, right? I don't know if that has an effect on anything. I'm sure it does. But yeah. Kind of reminds me of the time my friend tagged me in a gamer post with a caption, "I have no life, but I have many lives," with a bunch of classic video games characters in that picture. How recently was this? Like, that's a very... That feels like a very 2010 post to make. Oh. Okay, we're gaming. We're gaming. I don't know if we're gaming as much as I'd like, but there we go. Okay. Yeah, I know that smartphones have had a huge effect on how people view computers. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know, it's weird to me too, because, like, I remember hearing that, like, a lot of younger people are more familiar with how to use, like, a phone than they are with how to use a computer, which to me felt very weird. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're being, like, exposed to a touchscreen first, because personally, like, I'm more comfortable, like, if you want me to type something really fast, I'm way more comfortable with doing it at a computer. Whereas, like, if you want me to do something, like, if you want me to type fast, I'm not going to do it on a phone. I feel more confident in my ability to type quickly and accurately on, like, a physical keyboard, you know? Yeah, you like movies, right? Here's a random movie I picked out. Yeah, documentary movies. Yeah, like... I mean, I guess maybe the fact that, like... Because, like, you don't need to have a video game console these days to play video games. You don't even need to have a computer, really. Like, yeah, there's gonna be some stuff you can't play without, you know, at least a PC or a console, but, you know, there's a lot you can do on your phone. There's a lot. Or even a tablet, too. Yeah. Very 2012 coded. Yeah, I pinned it at 2012. Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe 2010 was a little early. But yeah, 2012 definitely. That seems about right. Yeah. Yeah, something the kids don't know what a file explorer is these days. Well, I think it's more like we kind of assume, okay, we can do circle, we can do funny circle. I know somebody asked about the funny circle. We can do funny circle. I think the strategy I've found with this one is never pick two circles that are directly next to each other. And also, if you use... Okay, so actually I'm going to explain how this one works a little bit. So basically, this is a matching game. So in order for a circle to be matchable, you have to do it... It has to be matched with a different circle of the same color, obviously. But in order to be matchable, it also has to have 3 open spaces around it, right? So... there's also an order these things have to be done in. So the colorful ones here, like these guys, I don't know if you can see, you can't see my cursor, but you can see which ones I'm selecting. Here we go. Yeah. So like this, salt can be matched with itself, but it can also, so this one's called salt. It can be matched, these guys can be matched with themselves as well as with any one of these. But then these are like the other elements. So these ones have to be matched. They have to be matched with this guy, but these can be matched in a specific order. So it has to go like this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, and then this is also always the one at the middle. So those are, that's how that works. I think the main strategy is never pick 2 that are directly next to each other. And my second strategy is if you use these guys to match with a colorful one, then you gotta keep track of which color it was. Because otherwise you're gonna end up at the end with like, you know, an uneven number of something. And that's gonna be annoying for you. Alright, where's our first guy? Where's our first guy? Oh, that guy's over there. Okay. Okay. But this will open up a green, so we're gonna be fine. There we go. Punk is right, games are broad enough now that you can't assume a shared experience between people who play games. It's not really a cultural group anymore. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are still target demographics for, like, you know, people who play, like, RPGs, or people who play FPS games, or people who play visual novels. Like, there's niches within it. But I guess, yeah, you're right. It's like saying you watch movies. You're right? Like, it's not like you'll watch all movies. Usually you're gonna have a preference. Okay. So... what am I going after next? Where is this guy? Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, there's also, they don't show them at the bottom, but there's also these up and down, which have to be matched with other up and down ones. Okay, let me focus on this first. Get these out of the way as well. Might as well get this while we're at it. Okay, where is this? Oh, here we go. Easy, might as well open that up while we're at it. There we go. Another up and down. Got one of these. Oh boy, okay. We're gonna have to come to a decision here. I'm trying to figure out which will be most beneficial. Probably this. So we just have to remember to use the other one with this. There we go. We screwed ourselves over! I messed it up. I had a choice, and I immediately made the incorrect choice. There we go. They're really pushing the boundaries on what Solitaire can be with this one. Well, this one is technically, like... Again, I like that he has, like... Hold on, let me open up a new one. I like that he has, like, notes about, like, his decisions. About, like, where he got his inspirations from, and, you know, I find it interesting. It's interesting. There's, like, little... It's like, you know, author's note here. This one's interesting too, because it says, if the marbles were placed at random at the start of every game, most layouts would not be winnable. So we took some pains to ensure that every starting arrangement you get is a solvable one, even if it might not seem like it. And I'm like, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, this game mode definitely needs me to play it to understand, because it kind of went over my head. Yeah, again, it's matching. It's just matching. It's just matching, but you have to make sure that, like, everything by the end has enough space left over, I guess. Okay, what can we start with? I guess there's no point starting with trying to open up this one because we don't have any... We don't have any of these guys to match it with anyway. Well, maybe if I do this. Okay, yeah, maybe that's not so bad. Okay. We're safe. We're saved. I think. Maybe. Maybe. You know, everything's working out in even numbers so far, so this should be okay for this one, I think. Should be alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll be good for this one. Here we go. Eggy win. There we go. Big win. Big Eggy wins. Big Eggy wins. We'll start another one. We'll start another one. Yeah. Big Eggy wins. I can see my Eggy brain. I mean, some of it sometimes feels like luck. Like, I feel like it's very easy early on to make a choice that will completely screw you over later. But... yeah. Again, just don't pick stuff that's next to other stuff. I feel like that's like the one rule here. I think I might have made a poor decision. Hold on. I think I might have done exactly what I was talking about earlier and made a decision early on that will screw me over later. I think I went and did just exactly precisely that. Oh wait, no, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe not? Maybe not. This is a weird order to go about doing things, but you know what? It's working, so I think we'll be okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. I try to get these up and down ones out of the way as quickly as possible. I'm not a fan of them. Not a fan of them. Another win for Big Brain Eggy. Another one for Big Brain Eggy. Another win. Again, as long as you can keep track of, like, which ones... If you, like, again, if you use the colorful ones, as long as you keep track of which ones you did, then I feel like it's fine. And, like, again, avoid matching things that are right next to each other until the very end, I guess. Like, I feel like this one, on average, is a little easier. It's a little easier than the other ones. Big brain, big brain. And maybe I'll just do one more, then we can move on to a different one. Okay. So this is one where I'm going to have to pick one of these to start off with this one. Because this is kind of like a blank one, I guess. But I just have to remember what color I did it with so that I don't end up with an uneven number later, you know? That's the main thing. So I did it with a turquoise. I need to make sure that I match it again with a turquoise. That's all. That's all. That's the only issue. don't think this is going to yield very good results. Here we go. Oh. Oh, this is not going to yield very good results. Hold on. I'm already yielding just the worst results known to man. Hold on. So I have 3 of these left. So oh boy. Okay. No. Oh, well. Oh boy, I you know what? I'm gonna restart that one. I don't think I did very well at that one at all. I don't think I did very well at that one at all. They say that all of them are winnable too. I love how they tell you that up front, so you can't even cope. You don't even get a chance to cope. You can't even be like, oh well, that one was unwinnable anyway. No, it does not allow you to cope like that. It does not allow you the privilege of coping. Oh, hold on. I think this one may cause problems. Oh no, problems. Okay, oh no, problems. Oh no, we are full of problems. We're full of problems. We're full of problems. Man, I hate problems. Don't you hate problems? Personally, if I had a choice between problems and not problems, I would pick not problems. I don't know about you guys. What are your thoughts on problems? Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this. Oh. Okay, so I used it with red. And that was the wrong decision. That was a bad decision. More money, more problems. Yeah, but then at least you have money, you know? Sometimes you just have problems. And there's no money. You're not even getting paid for this. You're not even getting paid to have problems. Sometimes you got problems for free. I would recommend you avoid them. Yeah, me too. Generally, I don't recommend problems. Sometimes they can be interesting, but like, it's not really especially good for you in the long run, you know? Better to avoid problems while they're there, you know? Yeah, my boyfriend turned to a millionaire recently, and now I think he has less problems. Yeah. I mean, what is it they say about, like, with the lottery, where it's, like, most people who win the lottery, like, become, like, broke again in a year? And, like, some of it is, like, taxes and stuff, but then some of it is also just, like, I guess if you suddenly come into money, you don't always know what to do with it. Like, I mean, I definitely can see that happening. Like, I've heard of it happening where somebody will, like, inherit a house, but, like, they don't make the kind of income that they need to actually, like, pay property taxes on the house. So they end up having to sell the house, just because they're like, yeah, I don't have the budget for this much house, you know? There's just a lot of house, and they can't, like, yeah, most people who win the lotto declare bankruptcy. Because, yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, I guess, I don't know. If I were, like, handed $1 million, I'm not sure what I would do with it either. I don't know if I can fault them for that, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like... Yeah. He does have more problems, but they're less stressful problems. I mean, I guess if you, like, know that you have money to fall back on, I guess it's a little less stressful. Because, like, yeah, if I got a ton of money, I don't know what I would do. I feel like I would buy, like, 1 or 2 nice things. Like, I don't know. I might upgrade my PC and, like, go on vacation with, you know, friends and family. But I feel like after that, like, I feel like that would only take up, like, you know, maybe, like, 10,000 max. And I feel like after that, I would probably just throw the rest into, like, a savings account or something, you know? Whichever, like, but that's the thing, is that if people are like, oh, if you won the lottery, like, what would you do? And I feel like most people are like, even if they do want to do something sensible with it, they're like, it's kind of embarrassing to say. Like, if you're like, I would put it in a savings account, and you're like, nerd? It's a very, like, nerd approach to doing that. Nerd. There we go. We got this far, we got this far, we got this far, and then we didn't. We got this far, and then we didn't, and then we didn't, and now we have nowhere else to go. Whoops. Yeah. My friend just, like, hustled his way to riches, though, which comes with more problems. I mean, I guess it also depends, too, like, because I feel like if you're, like, working and then become a millionaire, like, I guess if you suddenly get a job that pays more higher, but, like, I guess it's different if you, like, suddenly come into money versus, like, if it was something that, like, you kind of work towards gradually. I feel like that's, like, a very different experience, I guess. Because at least I guess if you make money gradually, then I guess you kind of get time to, like, get accustomed to having a certain amount of income, you know? I've made a grave error. Okay. Let me figure out a moment so I can figure out how to make a slightly less grave error. Okay. We'll have to do... Nope, that was a grave error, and then I made an even graver error. Hold on. And getting out of my grave error, I made another grave error. And now, I am in the grave. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sometimes it opens up a space, but it's not the space I think it's going to be, and then it throws me off. I'm like, oh no, my strategy, my grand strategy. My grand strategy. My giant big brain eggy strategy. Where am I looking for here? Oh, it's over here. Whoops, okay. Okay. So I'm using it on turquoise. It doesn't matter what I'm using it now on, because I'm using it on nothing. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Let's encounter problems again. Unfortunately, no amount of money will ever make us better at Solitaire. I just don't think it's going to happen. No amount of money will save us here. Okay, here we go. This we're at a crossroads. We're at a turny point. Maybe if we do this, and we do this to make up for it, and then we're still dealing with the same problems we were dealing with before. Maybe if I do... Where is the first one here? If I turn it towards... blue... Nope, more problems. We couldn't even money our way out of this. Couldn't even money our way out of this. Couldn't even money our way out of it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Not even money could save us from this fate. From this fate. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. Can't believe I just click on things and expect it to work. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Local VTuber fails at Solitaire. Okay, we're using it on red. We're using it on red. Using it on red. Have to remember that. There's only one left. We have to use it on red. There we go. Here we go. Another EGGY victory. Another EGGY victory. Yeah, my friend, this is probably loosely related, but the silver lining of Gura's graduation is I saw Callie's new model and her reaction. Oh my god, the rigging is so good. Couldn't even listen to what she was saying because I was in awe. Yeah, the new design is neat. The new design is neat. The Kawaii P. Mori. But yeah, no, the rigging is definitely different. I don't know, it's so weird to see, like, you know when you, like, look back at, like, VTuber clips from even, like, a couple years ago, like, not even that long ago, and you're like, man, remember what we used to think was good rigging? Like, I feel like the bar has gone up so much. I remember watching, like, a video from, like, I think it was from 2021. I was watching, like, a video of a VTuber from 2021, and, you know, at the time, their rigging was considered to be, like, you know, decent, like, standard good, and I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, why is their ponytail moving like that? Why does their ponytail look like that? I don't know, I feel like in a way I'm sort of like attached to like the stiffer rigging for stuff. Like, it's just like, I guess it's kind of like nostalgic. In the same way that like low poly graphics are nostalgic for some people. Like, I don't know. Something that I think has been lost in like the updates to technology lately, I think have been like, because like nowadays people want accurate tracking, right? Like they want accurate tracking, especially for mouth movements, right? But I think like what's been lost in that is like unique mouth shapes. Because the thing is that sometimes there are shapes of mouths that cannot be mapped on to real life human mouths very well. Like I think about how like Korone's mouth used to be like super wide, right? Or like, you know, Bibu's kind of perpetual like face, you know? Like those are mouth shapes that like they look cute on a model, but like they don't map onto real people's mouths very well, right? And I think that like the more accurate you try to go, the more like the less original it looks sometimes. Cause like, you know, if you try to like map a mouth shape exactly to real people's mouth shapes, then you're gonna end up with everyone's mouth looking kind of the same, you know? Like, I know once I made a tweet about this a long time ago, and it kind of popped off, and I saw a bunch of people in the replies who, like, with all due respect to them, were kind of proving my point. Because they're like, oh, I still have unique mouth shapes, and then they show, like, a video of their model with, like, very impressive, very accurate mouth tracking, and it's like, no, that's not what I mean! That's not what I mean! Because it's like, yes, your tracking is very impressive and accurate, and you can do a lot of neat things with your mouth, but the default shape of it is still... it's just a mouth, right? It's just a mouth. But I don't know, I feel like that's kind of like, yeah, style versus realism, the eternal debate. Yeah, because like I definitely think there is a charm to like, you know, unique mouth shapes. It gives a character something that like realistic tracking can't, you know? Yeah, a little jank to the model adds charm. Fluid motion is nice and all, but yeah, I think that like... because like I think about the early days of Hololive, right? With like the specific jank that kind of became charming. Like, you know how like Callie's eyes would tend to like flicker all over the place, although that wasn't like a rigging thing. I think that was more of like a camera thing. Or like Miko's how Miko used to have like that very much like upward facing kind of posture because of, I get probably more likely because of where she placed the camera. But yeah, it's things like that where it's just like they're not part of the rigging, but they kind of become part of the model. And it's like, do we choose to preserve this thing that is technically a flaw, but everybody likes it about them? You know? Like, I think the thing is that like technically impressive things are technically impressive in their own way, but after a while it's like, okay, well, where do we go from here, you know? Where do we go from here? Okay. We're gonna do this one, which I kind of like. So, this one is based on Russian Solitaire cards, which means that you have to order them. So it goes TKDV, and then it goes from 10 down to 6. That's how you have to order them. So what's special about this one is that you kind of have to, they say you have to cheat. So you can move one card at a time to a place where it doesn't belong, but it has to stay in that place. Like you can't move it elsewhere unless you move it to a place where it does belong, like this. And you can't put anything on top of it either. So that's the premise of this one. That's the premise of this one. Yeah. More technique usually leads to sameness. Yeah, because like once you find what is the best way to do things, and everyone's going to do it that way, and at which point it's like, okay, well, we lost what was special about this in the first place, you know? Okay, this is not the smartest way to go about this, but... I've made smarter moves before, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. In basically every art form. Yeah, like... Because I don't know. I guess it also depends on like what the goal is at this point. Because it's like, yeah, polished things can look cool. But like polished, I feel like polished should not always be the ideal. Okay, yeah, this is another one where clearing out spaces is important. Because these guys, like the T's, they can only go, like if you need to move them, you can't move them on top of anything else aside from this, right? You gotta move them to like an empty space. That's the only place they can go. That's the only place for them. So, we're going to do an inadvisable move. And do this. There we go. Then we're gonna do... Oh man, I'm running out of inadvisable moves. Sooner or later I'm gonna have to advise something. That's not gonna be good for anybody. I didn't think this through. I think every move I can make at this point is like a different form of inadvisable. Yeah, there's nothing left to advise. There's nothing left to advise. Yeah, I was full of foolish moves. Yeah. Everything is the same. The RTX models everyone uses are too real with emotions. Well, it's like how, like, you know, we've eventually figured out that, like, motion capture is not always the ideal way to animate something, right? Because, like, inevitably you're gonna become limited by, like, how real people move, right? So it's like, I don't think that, like, trying to go for 100% accurate when it comes to rigging is necessarily the move to make either, you know? These are all inadvisable moves. These are all quite inadvisable. I would not. I do not advise any of them. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna have to make an. We have to make an even more inadvisable move. Hold on. Surely this will all solve itself, and everything will be fine. Surely. See, already solving itself. No, it didn't. I made a different mistake. I made a different mistake. Hold on. No, this isn't unsolvable. We can pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We can pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We can boot our straps. We can boot our straps and pull ourselves up by them. No, hold on. We can boot our straps and pull them up. Oh, see? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, see? You know, we're stuck again. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. We're just stuck again. It's fine. Hold on. We're just completely stuck again. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Going for 100% accurate reminds me of when people were trying the metaverse stuff. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I think the thing with metaverse was just like that involves VR, and I don't think that we're gonna reach the point of VR anytime soon where everyone's gonna be using it all the time. Okay, hold on. I am drowning in a sea of my own misfortune. Here we go. What's this way? I think it might just be more misfortune. I'm not sure. Oh no. It's just misfortune. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. They underestimate how much people hate wearing things on their face. Well, it's like, okay, there's just like a lot of things to think about, I think. I think some of it is that, like, it's not just that people hate wearing things on their face. I think it's that, like, motion sickness is a factor. You have to have a certain amount of space in your house to even be able to set it up. Um, like, if it's too complicated to set up, most people will just, like, give up and not use it. um, like, I also think just like personally, I've tried VR a couple times and I can't say I've cared particularly for it in any of the times that I've used it. Just because, like, again, it's like the weird lack of reality kind of thing, I don't I don't like it. It feels uncomfortable. Um, so yeah, I think that it's just in order for it to be usable, everybody has to use it. And I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah. Cal's reaction was pretty funny. I'm not crying, you're crying. Wait, that means it doesn't work because a lot of you actually are crying. It's just a statement of fact now. It's just a statement of fact. But I don't know. I think they also kind of overestimated the use cases. Like how much is would VR actually be useful for? And the answer is that most of the things that VR is useful for is just like things that there are other things that are like more easy to use that can be used for the same function. Like, you don't exactly need VR to run a meeting. Hmm. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought we had problems, but it turns out that there were fewer problems than I thought. Okay, we're good. We're good. How good we are, I'm not sure, but we are a certain amount of good. I think. Yay! Okay. We win. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm doing well. Yeah, I think the messing up VR is that we've had all civilizations to figure out how to share information in 2D format, paper. Basically, every way we use computers is some comparative form to paper or books. Well, it's just like, I was thinking about this, where it's like, what are the possible uses for VR? Like, it's like, and people are like, oh, well, you can have a meeting in VR, right? And it's like meeting to face, but like, we have Zoom for that. Like, we have video calling software already. There's not really any extra point, and we've had phones for years, right? I don't think that having a meeting in VR really adds anything to this. Like, If anything, we could probably just make video calling better, right? Or same thing with VR games. Like, I think that there's like, there are just certain games that just don't work in VR. Like, it works for a very specific kind of thing, I think. But not necessarily everything. Yeah, basically, very few non-VR applications really utilize VR in a meaningful way. Yeah. And also, it's expensive. I think it's expensive. As far as I know, it's expensive, and there's not really much of a way to make it cheaper without, like, making it much worse, right? Is always the impression I got. Hmm. Yeah, I prefer AR or something similar where it helps, like those glasses where it turns into a large dream for flights or something. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I haven't tried a lot of AR stuff aside from the stuff that's like, a very loose definition of AR, like where like those phone apps where it's like, oh, it looks like you can have like a thing in the picture. But I'm not really sure if that counts. Here we go. Yeah, basically, even standalone VR headsets are going to be priced like a phone due to hardware inside. Yeah, yeah. All right, I've had enough of this one. Had enough of this one. Had enough of this one. What's up next? Maybe we can do the difficult tarot cards one. We can do the difficult tarot cards. But yeah, VR, I don't know. I feel like the only reason I would want to have VR would be for like, VTubing reasons. Which most people are not VTubers. Contrary to popular belief, most people are not VTubers. But I feel like that's the only thing I would want VR for. It would be like VTubing reasons. Because most full body tracking seems to require some kind of headset, right? I'm not sure entirely how it works, but like most of them, it's like I don't think you can use like I think like Slime VR. You need to and like Oculus. Was it the Oculus? No, not Oculus ones. Most of the motion ones, like the motion capture stuff, like for 3D requires VR. Like, how many games are in the collection anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 games. The only one I don't really care for is this one. I don't understand cribbage, and I don't feel like trying to learn on stream. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, the VR stuff, I like the VR stuff I got my headset for, but yeah, VR is gonna be niche for a while. I think the other thing too for me personally is just like for VR specifically, I feel it's very, if something is uncanny, it's gonna be uncanny even harder in VR, you know? Because, like, if I see something on a screen, if I'm playing a video game and something is on my screen, like, my brain knows that that's not real. Whereas when you get into VR, it's not like I think that VR is real. It's just that like for instance, when I was trying a VR thing once. It was like, you know, like that Valve one, like what they call it, like the laboratory, the one that's just like a bunch of mini games in VR that you can try. And I tried that at a friend's house, and it was like, I spent most of my time just hitting stuff with sticks because I like that you could pick up the stick and hit stuff with it. I enjoy doing that, but that's all I did was pick up sticks and hit stuff with them, and then throw things. I mostly just use VR to make a mess in this laboratory, but most of the mini games were like, you know, they were focused around like inanimate objects, right? Or, you know, if there was stuff moving, it was mostly like robots. But there was one minigame that involved like talking to like a human character. Like it was like a wizard or something. And I remember like he showed up and I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not ready to see a real person in VR. Because like even VR chat, which I've also walked around in, like most VR chat models are not trying to look like actual humans, right? Like most VR chat models are like, you know, anime people or furries or something, right? Like, or, you know, like robots or something that isn't like a person, right? So I don't feel that weird uncanny sense because it's like, yeah, this is an anime person. Of course, real people don't look like that. But I think like when you have a 3D model in VR that's supposed to look like a real person, that's where I'm just like, nope, not doing this. Like, that's where I'm like prying the headset off my head. Okay, so this one's a little more complicated. So how this one works is that there are 21, so this is with tarot cards, I guess, and also whatever these are. So these cards are numbered from 1 to 10, and then Queen, Jack, King. The aces are already in place, so we don't have to think about that. And then there's 21 of these. So the number cards have to be numbered from, you know, 1 to 10 per each suit. And they have to go in order, right? Into like ascending order, right? Now the tarot cards here can be stacked in either order. So they can go from like 21 down to 0, or they can go from 0 up to 21. They can go in either order. Either way works, right? The other thing about this game is that cards can be stacked in either direction for number cards. So I can put 3 and 4 here. That's a legal move. I can also put 4 on 3 here. That's also legal. You can stack them in either direction. So there is an undo button here, but it only undoes the previous move. So this one's a little more complicated because, again, there's just way more direct. Things are just moving in way more directions. But this is another one where you really have to think ahead a lot more. So for instance, if I've moved 2 here, if I move 5 here, there we go. So also, additionally, you get a space. You can put stuff on top of the cards here. However, if you put something on top here, it will stop the other cards from flying into place. So that's the only thing you have to keep in mind. So this one, I have won at it 30 times, so I know that it's possible. I know that it's possible because I've done it 30 times. You just have to think a little harder, that's all. You just have to put your brain into it. I think one thing I've learned is that, so you get the space in the middle, right? And you can put something here, but I find it's better to keep it empty because sometimes you need to like flip something around, right? So that's usually what that's best for, you know? Yeah, interesting. Rules seem to be straightforward. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward, but it gets very complicated very quickly. Like, for instance, I'm probably not going to win at this one on the first try. But this is another one where it's like, yep, this is a thinking ahead game, you know? So you see how I have to like flip this, right? Because like 11 was top on 12, so if I want to put the 13 here, I can't. So if I flip it though, then I can move it like this. Like so. As demonstrated here. The other thing, okay, another strategy I think I've found for this one is to avoid putting the king at the front, because that's a thing you can do. Like this is a legal move. I can do that. But again, unless you have a very good reason to, it's usually almost always a bad idea. It's usually a bad idea, you know? Like unless there's something behind that king that you really, really need, it's almost certainly just going to, it's just going to mess you up, you know? So where do I go from here? Because I don't like moving things into this middle space. But sometimes you have to. Sometimes you just don't have any other choice, you know? But I don't think that would be a very forward-thinking thing of me to do right now. So I will not do it. I will refrain. I will refrain from doing that for now. But it might be more advisable to do this. As this will open up. Well, maybe not necessarily. No, that was a bad idea. Hold on. Well, it was a bad idea, but it was the only way. Because this will open up the 0 here. But also the 2 is stuck here. The 2 is stuck here, and I can't do anything with it until I move it away. Which I don't know if I can right now. I don't know if I can. Yeah, we might be at a standstill here. We might already be at a standstill. Because I can't move this. I can't move this 9 anywhere. Because the 10 is buried, and the 8 is also buried. These guys I can't move either, because there's no 10 that's open for the jack. This is stuck up here, so I can't move anything else up here. This 8-7, there's nowhere to move it. This 18, as far as I can tell, there's nowhere to move it. This queen, I can't, there's no king open. There's no 3 open. There's no, 10 is buried, and 13 is underneath there, so that's kind of off the table. This is buried, because the 10 is down here. I just realized you guys can't see my cursor. Hold on. I wonder if there's a way to let you guys see my cursor. The cursor shows up in some games, but not others. Very curious. See? Game capture cursor? Huh. Oh, here we go. There we go. There we go. So this is straight to one to a solitaire deck? No, this one is a deck that was kind of made up for this because it uses tarot cards. Yeah, I don't see anywhere, I don't see any place I could go with this. Well, okay, maybe if we try this. Let's try this. Because the problem is that I figured if I move the 10 here, I still can't do anything with 9-8. Because they're still stuck. They're still stuck, you know? And if I move these over here, then the 6 is still stuck there because of 7. Either way. Also, good morning. Nice and good morning, Robert Brown. Nice and good Friday. Yeah. So 21 cards are its own deck. I thought all suits counted towards 21. No. So again, all the numbers here, like the ones you see along the top, these are all, they start with ace and they go up to king. Those have to be stacked in order, like ascending order. The number cards here, the tarot cards, those can be stacked in any which order. Like any order you want. It can go backwards or forwards, it just has to be going in a direction, you know? But I think I've gone as far as I can go there. I think I'm at a standstill. So let's continue. Let's try again. Let's try a different way. But this is, like I said, this is another one where you really have to think. You have to think ahead, right? You have to really think ahead. Like, you can't move a card until you really are certain that there's something underneath there that you can use, you know? And the nice thing is that all the cards are visible from the start. I don't think this game would be possible to play if all the cards were not, like, immediately visible from the beginning. I think that would just render it unplayable. I'm just debating what is a good first move here. Because, like, maybe we can move this up here, which would allow for this. Of course, we'd have to wait to find somewhere to put this back down, but might as well do that while we're at it. Well, actually, no, this would be a good move. This could be a good move, actually, because then I have somewhere to put down this 5. Which would be ideal. Maybe if we put this up here, we're gonna have a nice 8-7-6-5 combo. Now we have somewhere to put this down. I don't know if this is my best playing, but it's certainly far from my worst, so we got that going for us. That might have been an unadvisable move. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, today is the day I do many inadvisable things. Maybe that was... Well, maybe that... Was that the move? Maybe that wasn't the move. Because, yeah, eventually we're going to be hitting the spot where it's like, okay, we need to put something at the top there, right? Let's just do this for now. Let's do this for now. And see where we can go from here. Well, Actually, that would be very short-sighted. Because I was thinking if I move the 10 up here and then move the 6, or move the 4, 5, so I would open up the 2, but then I couldn't move the 2 to the top because it would be blocked. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Well, actually... No, that would also result in the same problem. Well, no, that would literally result in the same problem. I was like, maybe if I move the 7, but no, that would result in the exact same issue. Nothing would be solved. Nothing would be solved. Where is our 0 here after? Actually, now that I think of it, oh, it's all the way up. Lovely. Both the 0 and the 21. Both of our ends are completely buried. Lovely. Okay. Lovely. Beautiful. Can you lower the game audio a bit? Sure. Yeah, the music is like all different volumes, so. Where's our 9? Our 9 is also buried. Cool. 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 Yeah, specific Solitaire music kind of funky. It's not bad, yeah. Do a little Solitaire dance. I don't think any of this is getting us anywhere. Am I already at a standstill? I promise I've won at this 30 times. You can see on my screen that I've won at this 30 times, okay? I promise I'm good at games. I promise I'm good at games. Okay, what if we moved it this way? Oh, this could open something up. Oh, okay, never mind. I see a way. I see the light here. I see the light. I see the light. Maybe. I see some degree of light. I see some way that we can escape our predicament here. I don't think we'll escape our predicament very far, but like, we could. We could escape our predicament. Okay, that doesn't work because that's buried. Oh no, I think we buried ourselves in trying to escape from our predicament. I think we might have invented a new predicament. Hold on. Oh boy, we're just full of predicaments. We're just full of predicaments. Hold on. This is solvable, right? Well, it was at the beginning. I don't know if it is anymore. I don't know if it is anymore. It was at some point solvable. Before we went and fumbled it. Yeah, this might no longer be solvable. Because we can't move, we can move this here and move the jack there. But like that doesn't solve our problem because then we still have nowhere to put that 8 down, right? Like we have nowhere to put this down. It's so over. The game has a playlist that cycles through. No, it has a different song for each kind of solitaire. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, if we move these somewhere, but we don't have anywhere to move them. This was once solvable. It is no longer solvable. Once upon a time, it was solvable. No longer. All right, okay. Okay, so we got like 9, 8, 7, 6 in front of us, but they're in the exact order that makes it a huge pain to try and move them around. So I don't think I'm going to try and touch them yet. I don't think I'll touch them yet. I don't want to make my job more difficult. Maybe, oh yes, this is ideal. This is ideal. We can move this up and we have somewhere to put it down. Lovely, okay. Oh, and then this might solve our predicament. 9, 8, and then we can flip this around. There we go, 7, 6. And then we can temporarily, I like when you can like have that space open so you just like temporarily move things down and then move them back up once you don't need them anymore. That's always convenient, that's always fun. As we can do this with the jack as well. There we go, and now we got 2 spaces open. Cool and good. This is progress. And we can probably flip this around so that the king is not at the front, because that would be annoying and would not benefit us at all. And we can presumably move this... Oh, well, maybe we should wait a little before moving that. But we can definitely do this in the meantime. There we go. I don't think we've uncovered anything of use yet, but we're definitely getting somewhere. We are making more progress than last time. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Maybe not thumbs up for very long. Oh, wait, hold on. Thumbs up. There we go. We're saved. We can move that thing down. We're saved. We're saved. Then if we just move this, that would be a bad idea, so we're not going to do it. Then we move this up. No, that would also be a bad idea, so we're not going to do it. That would be a terrible idea, so we are going to stay away, and we are not going to do that idea because it is bad. Well, actually, now that I think of it. No, never mind. That was a good idea, and we should do it. See, there we go. And now we have the ability to do this, and jump that over here, and we got that all kind of conglomerated into one place, which is a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do. Here I go. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. We will be so back if I have anything to say about it. We will absolutely be so back no matter what. Oh, the question here is where do we go next? We need to find our... Well, I guess we get our 18. But that might be a little... Because I was gonna say, if we move these off and then move this here, well, actually, hold on. We can keep our cleared space and still we can have our cake and eat it too. There we go. There we go. Then we can. No, that would. Hold on. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. Okay. Now we got that handled as well. And we got this. We just don't have a place to move down our king. That's all. That's all. Or to move that 10 to, for that matter. Where's our 3 in all this? Our 3 is over here. Okay. Let's see. Because I was going to say, if we move these here, and then we move that jack to the 10... then we'd get to slide that 3, but I don't think that would do us much good right now. I don't think that would do us any good, actually, at all. I think that would do us exactly 0 good. That would be a bad idea. Although maybe... probably do this. And make our life a little easier. At least for whenever the time comes to take care of that. 9, 8... No, 10 and 11 are up there. That doesn't work at all. It would be nonsense to do that. And we are not gonna do nonsense. Oh, here we go. Never mind, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. Although I think I still do have to be very careful. I can do 7. No, that would leave me with nowhere to go. Oh no, maybe that was foolish. Hold on. Oh no, that was foolish, but I'm stuck with my decision. I'm stuck with my decision. I made a bad decision and now I have to live with it. Can't believe it. Can't believe I have to live with the decisions I make. It's the consequences of my own actions. I can't even flip this around. I don't have the space to flip it around. Unbelievable. I hate the consequences of my own actions. And I can't even flip this thing around either. I can't, like, I could move the 8 there, but, like, I can't flip it around. I don't have the space to flip it around. I can't do anything. I can't do anything right. I can't do anything right. Hold on. Can't move that 4 anywhere. Can't move this. Man, I had a good thing going. I had a good thing going. I had a good thing going, and then I ruined it. Then I ruined it. I bungled it. I bungled it. No. 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 Yes, actually. Yes, actually. Yes, actually. Yes, actually. That might have been a mistake, but you know what? At the time, it made sense at the time. Hold on. It was a good idea at the time. And it might still very well be a good idea at this time. Here we go. Not like an excellent one or anything, but you know, like a reasonable idea. A reasonable idea. Hold on. Time for thinking. It's time for thinking. Time for deep analysis. Deep analysis. Bad idea. Don't do that. That's what the deep analysis says. Bad idea. Don't do that. Potentially good idea. Maybe do that. Maybe do that. Nope, bad idea. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. We're working in a very binary setting here. Everything is either like, good idea, do that, or like, bad idea, don't do that. Because we still have nowhere to put down, like, putting this up here was a bad idea. We still have nowhere to put it down. Bad idea, shouldn't have done that. Bad. Evil and bad, terrible idea. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna sit back and stretch a little bit. So I can think good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. Okay. Let's sit here and analyze. Analysis. I think both the 21 and the 0 are less buried than I think they were in previous games. So it should be simpler, right? I should be able to just move this up and get rid of 2 cards instantly, which is a very convenient thing to have happen. Now it's just making sure that everything else can be moved in an appropriate fashion that I think will be the difficult part. But that's why we got that open space in the middle. That's what that's for. Oh, and that simplifies our life so much. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now where's 3? Oh, that's not a convenient place at all, but we've gotten this far so far. Not that that has ever meant anything. Oh, no, this is a good decision. There we go. Look at that. Look at them fly. Look at them fly. We'll just need a place to move these 2. But we'll figure that out later. That's a problem for later Eggy. Later Eggy's gonna be so mad at me, but that's gonna be a problem for her. Maybe that was the wrong one. That was bad. Perhaps. At least if I move that around, then I can get that working. Sorry, I'm deep in thought. The yap is on pause. The yap is on pause. While I figure this one out. Temporary pause to yapping. While I solve problems with my giant eggy brain. That was probably a bad idea. Oh no, that was a terrible idea. Oh no, I've made a grave error. Oh wait, never mind. No grave error was made. Just like a normal error. That's fine. That's fine. Here we go. Normal error. Made a normal error, but that's okay. There we go. This is like a regular Solitaire deck in the sense that there's regular Solitaire rules. Nope, spin the egg to find out if it's still fresh. No. Okay, so the rules of this one is, okay, so this one's a little more complicated than regular Solitaire. So cards may be stacked by suit in increasing or decreasing order. Only one card may be moved at a time. I have a setting on so that like if I move the first in a stack, then I'll move the rest of the stack just to save time of not having to like go back and like grab each of them individually. To win, move all cards to the foundations. The major arcana are built up from 0 and down from 21 until they meet. The minor arcana are built up by suit from A to K, so from ace to king. A card may be placed above the minor arcana foundation, but will block further minor arcana from moving there. And then there's an undo button, but it only undoes the most recent move. So yeah, this one's a little more complicated. But that's okay. It just means we have to think a little harder. That's all. Just have to use my eggy brain a little more. Got nowhere to put this. Spin the egg brain to find out if it's still fresh. Yeah. I like to think the egg brain is still fresh. My brain's not that old. My brain's not falling apart. I am nice and youthful. I think. Probably. Might depend on your definition of youthful. Might depend on your definition of youthful. Oh, of course, I can move this here. Which doesn't really solve anything. But I can't exactly say it does nothing. Where's our 9? Not anywhere useful. Okay. Maybe if I do big risky move? Hold on. I'm contemplating. Because if I move this here, I move the 16 and then I move the 7. That would not help at all. Okay. Solitaire is too relaxing. Yeah, no sleeping. No sleeping. That's the only thing with this song is I feel like, yeah, it has that, it's a little too soothing. It's a little too soothing. Might cause you problems. Let's see if there's anything's gonna like fly up. No. Because I was like, I could move these here to get the 3 and the 4 out of the way, but then that's not gonna help anybody. I don't have anywhere to move that 3 either. There's just not a lot of places we can go without taking like immense risk, you know? Everything is immense risk right now. Well, maybe, okay, maybe if we move... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe if we move this here, then we at least got somewhere to put this. Which means we can do something else. Maybe not that. But, you know, something else. Yeah. The hoist of our own X and the EGGY actions. Yeah, the consequences. The consequences. I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, I didn't realize that the word consequences meant like it just means like the thing that happens next, right? Because I guess when I was a kid, I feel like I only ever heard the word consequence in like the context of like punishment. Like, you know, you do something bad and your parents are like, if you do that, there will be consequences. So I just assumed the word consequence meant punishment, and I got like really confused when I was in a class. When I was in like I think it was like a sociology class or something when I was older. And the teacher was talking about like, oh yeah, the consequence of this, and I'm like, but it was like a positive consequence, right? It was like a good thing that happens after. And I was like, what? But consequence is a bad thing, is it not? And I feel like I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one who had that thought, because I feel like there was other kids in my class who were thinking like, yeah, isn't consequence like a bad thing? Aren't consequences a bad thing? I think maybe, I feel like there might have been some bit of parenting advice maybe around the time that was like, you know, call it consequence instead of punishment, so that kids don't like, you know, immediately assume you're punishing them. But then the problem is that like if you only use the word consequence to mean punishment, then everyone will just assume that that's what it means. So then you just end up with like, oops. Oops. Okay. I don't think we're gonna get this one. I'm gonna be real with you. It turns out I'm quite far behind. Oops. Yeah. The existence of consequence means there's pro-sequences. Well, that's the thing. It's that, like, consequence, I mean... It's so weird. I never put the two together, because I'm like, I knew the word, like, you know, consequent. Like, you know, as in, like, the thing that happens after the other thing. But I guess I just, like, never put the two together. Really? I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is what that means, isn't it? Okay, maybe that wasn't the move. This, I think, was the move. This was the move. But then what was the move after that? Hold on. Maybe this was the move. This was the move. Here we go. Now we can get everything we want. Not really. Yeah. I used to think that soon meant a long time, since my mom would always say we were leaving to go somewhere soon, and then she would take an hour to get ready. Well, I don't know. I also think like soon, because like soon is also like another weird one where I think it's like, soon is always relative to something else, right? Like everything is technically soon, but it's entirely relative, right? I know, like, I guess when I was a kid, I also had, like, because I guess this is another one that, like, really depends on your personal experience, but, like, the idea of something being cheap or expensive, I think, was also, like, because, like, you know that money exists as a kid, right? Like, you understand that much, but how much is an appropriate amount of money? I guess as a kid, I never really processed of, like, oh yeah, there are amounts of money that are acceptable to pay for one thing, but not another. Because I feel like every time, like, I definitely remember, I feel like when my parents would get me something like a treat, they would say like, oh, this is expensive. Like, I guess as a way to be like, yes, you should be thankful for this, because this is a treat that we spent money on. But then I think this also had the side effect of being like, not knowing how much things are supposed to cost. Okay, so I think I made a mistake that might result in a different mistake if I don't figure it out soon. Haha. If I don't fix the error in my ways soon, we will have much bigger problems. Never mind. I fixed the error in my ways. I fixed it. We're good. We're good. No more errors. No more ways. Just new problems. Yeah. Soon. Eventually. Yeah. So that was a variant of not overusing actions of care only in bad moments, because then hugs get associated with bad moments in people's minds. Yeah, that too. Because, like, there are certain things I think, too, that might have a positive association for you, but then, like, yeah, obviously, like, a kid is not going to know that, right? Alright, here we go. We got 2 open spaces now. Awesome. Great. Awesome. Awesome. Time is very relative. The school year was too long as a child, and now a semester feels like such a short time. Yeah, yeah. Remember when an hour... I remember when an hour used to feel like a long time. I used to be like... When I had like a job for the first time, I think my shifts weren't long enough for me to get a full hour break, so I only had a half-hour break. And I think like the first time I had a full hour break, I was like, whoa, what do I even do with all this time? And now I feel like I blink and like an hour passes. Like I don't even have to do anything. Okay. Okay. No, that was a mistake. Okay. No, that would be a bad idea. No, wait, no, that could be a good idea. No, that would be a bad idea and it won't even work. Okay. Sorry, I'm just like going over things in my mind like, yeah, no, yeah, no. So much like that the old narrator had to get tired of waiting, I had to hire a new one. It was soon. It was soon. It was soon. It'll be happening soon. Okay, maybe like this. Maybe like this. And this, and we can get this out of the way. Now that we have a space open for that. And then... Now what do we do from here? Oh, hold on. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Yum, 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 yum. Yummy card, yummy card. Jesus raised a baby bunny so we don't have to do anything, or something like that. And that's the true meaning of Easter. Nah, I think... I don't know. I think the other thing too, and this is, I guess, has frustrated me about not even getting older, but just like being an adult now, is that like, you don't, I guess it doesn't feel like you progress as fast, right? Because like when I think about like the past few years, right? Like I feel like I was in a completely different place in my life. Like, sometimes I think I'm like, okay, where was I a year ago? Where was I 2 years ago? Where was I 3 years ago? And it's like a completely different place every time, right? Like I was working a different job. I was like taking different classes in school. Like it was just like a completely different time, you know? And I feel like as you get older, at some point, like it's like, what was I doing last year? And it's like, well, probably the same thing I'm doing now. And I'm like, huh? That seems... I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. Okay, this is a less than ideal way to go about this, I think. No, that would not be ideal. That would not be ideal. There's a thought period in life that life progresses in 7-year blocks. 7 years? I mean, I guess, right? Because like 0 to 7 is like little kid, then 7 to 14 is like older kid, then 14 to 21, I guess, is like adolescence, then like 21 to 28, I guess, is like, you know, usually that's a time that's like, I guess that's your 20s, then like 28 to to 35, I guess, is like you're getting a little more stable. I guess 7 years maybe. But like, again, I still think about like every year, like every year that I was in school was completely different, right? Something completely different was going on, you know? It's like, you know, where was I last year? Or what was I 1 year ago? I was working. I was just starting my job. Where was I, you know, where was I 2 years ago? That would have been 2023. I would have just freshly been coming back from Japan. Where was I 3 years ago? 2022. I would have been preparing to go to Japan, finishing up my semester, and working part-time. And then, like, where was I 4 years ago? I think I was off work because it was closed because of COVID. And also I was taking part-time classes. Also, I think 4 years ago was also when I got my PC. I just freshly gotten my PC. Where was I 5 years ago? I was putting on cute outfits and taking pictures of myself largely because that was like beginning of, you know, pandemic lockdown. Oh no, I messed that one up. Whoops. Like, where was I 6 years ago? That would have been 2019. Again, I think I was like finishing up exams. I just finished up exams at this point, I think. And I think I was in that kind of like gap between exams, and I think I did a summer semester that year. So I think I was like in between there. Where was I 7 years ago? 2018. I was working part-time. I was like, again, I had finished spa school, and then I ended up just like working retail for like a year. So I think I was thinking about going back to school. That's what I was doing. I was thinking about going back to school. I hadn't signed up yet, but I was like thinking about it. Yeah, like every year, and then like 9 years ago, no, that would be 9 years ago. 7 years ago was 2018. Yeah, 8 years ago, I was still in spa school. Like, 9 years ago, I guess I was still in high school. But, like, you know. Yeah. 21 to 28, and 20 are families starting commonly. I mean, I also think right now, like, in the current circumstances that we're currently under, I also think that, like, people aren't progressing, I think, at the same rate. Because, like, sometimes I think about, like, the age I'm at, right? Where I'm like, okay, I have friends who are still in school, either because they started late or because they decided to do like a master's or a PhD. I have friends who are unemployed, like myself. I have friends who are employed, but they're working like retail, like it's not really like a permanent job. Like everyone's kind of in a different place. I feel like there's no one correct place to be at this age, is the sense I'm increasingly getting. But yeah, and I'm here playing Solitaire, and I'm not even winning. Maybe if I move this down here, there's got to be something better I can move, right? Something more beneficial. Oh, but like everything is like in blocks. It doesn't matter if I move it. It's in blocks. It's all blocked. It's all blocked. Oh, wait, hold on. No, but that would require something else that I can't do. Where am I stuck? Am I soft locked? I might be soft locked. I might have bungled it. I think I bungled it. Yeah. Things get slowed by economic conditions and current social standards, I guess, communicated via social media or other media. Well, I think it's also, too, it's not just economic conditions, but I think it's also that, like, in the olden days, it was not an automatic assumption that you would go to college, whereas I think now it is, right? So, like, you know, it used to be that people would graduate high school at, like, 18, and then maybe some of them went to college, but then some of them wouldn't, right? But nowadays it's kind of, like, assumed that you're gonna go to at least some kind of post-secondary. So, you know, everyone just kind of proceeds accordingly, you know? Did I make a bad first move? I think I did. I think my first move might have been mean and bad. Not like unfixably so, but not ideal, I think. Might have not been ideal. I don't think uncovering that 0 is going to fix anything. The society's pressure of needing to figure out your life in your 20s or else you're a failure moment. Yeah, well, it's like... Again, I guess just because, like, historically, usually that was the case, right? But now it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's actually possible unless you had managed to have everything, like, again, figured out ahead of time, I guess. Whoops. Well, no. Whoops. Oops. 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 I don't think there's no way out of that. Whoops. Eggy playing retro Balatro. Not every card game is Balatro. They're not all Balatro. Not all Balatro. There are other games with cards. Do you see any jokers on here? Yeah, I know. Okay, maybe this is a bad example. Because this one has tarot cards in it. This one has tarot cards in it. So maybe this is a bad example to say not Balatro. But yeah. Okay, well, at least we got a place to actually move that. Yeah. Balatro, but without the evil gambling. Evil. Balatro, but nice. Balatro, but if it was nice and good. You know, I still need to make that mod. I think a while back I had made, like... I'd taken, like, the NiceEggy and, like, put it on a Balatro. You know, like, the Balatro card that's, like, the Joker that's just an egg? I think I put the NiceEggy on that. And I tried to figure out how to make it a mod, to, like, mod it in, but I couldn't figure it out. Like, it's very easy to go in and edit. Like, the hard part was that, like, I could figure out how to edit the texture map. I just couldn't figure out how to get, like, the texture map back into the game, you know, without crashing it. Every time I tried it, like, I couldn't figure out how to do it. I felt like it was probably something I was missing that was super basic, so, like, because, like, I know they have a Discord server that you can, like, ask this in. But, like, I don't know, sometimes there's certain questions that are so basic that I'm like, I must be missing something super basic, so I just never ask because I'm like, surely if I ask, I will be laughed out of the server for not being able to do this basic thing, so I just never did. I just never did. Okay. If you like fun yap gaming, Nubby's Number Factory is pretty fun. Was that the one Northern Lion was streaming the other day? The other day, I think I was talking about this. The other day, I'm like, I was like unemployed maxing the other day. I was like, it was like 2 in the afternoon, and I was sitting in my bed. Like, okay, I wasn't completely unemployment maxing because I did take a shower. I did take a shower, so like it wasn't like peak laziness, but it was like. I was sitting in my bed in sweatpants at 2 in the afternoon, and I was playing Solitaire on my laptop while a Northern Lion stream was playing in the background. Like, that, I think that was, I'm like, yeah, I think this is the most unemployed moment I've had in all of my time as being unemployed. Yeah. Yeah, I have it. It's pretty fun. There was also the other one, I think Bodega was streaming it the other day, but I didn't get to watch, Blueprints. That's like another one that I think everyone's been streaming lately. Should I try that one? Would it be like an eggy game? Would that be something that you think I would like? Would that be eggy core? Maybe it would be. Because that's like one that's like, people are saying like it's sort of a roguelike, but also not at all. Oh, hold on. Yippee! Wee! There we go. Progress. We're making progress. Sort of. I think. Maybe. I mean, I feel like we're certainly doing better than last time. Yeah. She's turning into a Twitch chatter. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm turning into a Twitch chatter? I already use Twitch. What more? Like, what are you on about? It's hard to say. It's a pretty unique game. Yeah, again, I'll have to like look into what it's actually about because like I've seen other people playing it, but I did not understand what was going on. It seems to be like exploration. Weird thing if an eggy core game would be Isaac. Really? Because like, I don't know. You know what I mean? No, I don't. I legitimately don't. Please elaborate. Please elaborate. Please elaborate. I have to be streamer. I can't be chatter. I can't be chatter. I have to be the streamer. RPG-ish with cute and creepy things is eggy core? I guess, yeah. Because, like, Binding of Isaac is, like... Again, I've seen other people playing it. I don't know a ton about it, though. Because I know people are also talking about, like... Because, like... What was the other one that was, like, sort of roguelike? Hades. That was, like... You know, you go in, you pick up items. Again, it's like things I'm like, I've watched other people play this. I'm not sure if I have a ton of interest in it. Okay, I'm not soft locked. There's got to be a way out of this. There's no way I'm soft locked here. I mean, I guess it's I have 2 slots, so like there's no reason why I can't just do this. Maybe that wasn't the best decision? No, this is the only decision that makes sense. Nope, this is a decision that makes sense. Never mind. No, that decision made no sense. Hold on. That was foolish. I had a good thing going, and then I think I just committed foolishness. Oh, I committed foolishness. I committed great foolishness. Hold on. Oh, I don't think there's a way out of my foolishness this time. Oh, I don't think I've ever been more foolish. Oh, my mistake was not that. My mistake was moving this 10 here. Oh, that was foolish. That was foolish. I've committed great foolishness. I've committed great foolishness. Yeah, Yume Nikki is very eggy core. Unfortunately, I've already streamed Yume Nikki, like 3 years ago. Like 3 years ago. Yeah, you're convicted of foolishness. You are sentenced to the consequences of your actions. No! No! She thinks consequences are inherently bad. She was forced to experience consequences. Where's 21? So 0 is up here. Where's my 21? Oh, there it is. Okay, so they're both pretty buried, so that's gonna be a little annoying. Ooh. Okay, this is not smart, but I don't see any other way. That was very not smart. I don't know why I did that. Okay. That was, in fact, I think the least intelligent thing I've done this entire time. I don't think this will get us anywhere. Oh, we're going nowhere very quickly. Okay. The fact that you screwed up proves my point then. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that NiceEggy was, like, my favorite game, but, like, it was definitely interesting, and I'm glad I played it. Because, like, again, I think I've been thinking about how, like, when I play games, I feel like seeing a cutscene is more rewarding to me than, like, actually, like, getting an item, right? So in that way, like, NiceEggy is entirely just built on that, right? It's literally just you wander around and you do things until you see a thing happen, right? And there's not always a very clear way or reason why the things that happen, but, like, it's just you do things until a thing happens. And that's what makes it work. You're convicted of foolishness. I'm foolishness. Twitch chat just seems to have a shared understanding of Twitch games. Well, I think the thing is with Twitch chat, at least in my experience, is that, like, Twitch chat is usually a combination of people who watch the streamer because they like the streamer. But I feel like there's certain games where you definitely have people who, like, camp out in the tags, right? Like, you're like, I really like this game. I'm just going to watch whoever's streaming it right now. And then, you know, because that happens to me a lot when I play, like, I think when I played NiceEggy, actually, that was, like, there was people there who just definitely are, like, fans of NiceEggy, and they just, like, enjoy watching people's first reactions, you know, blind reactions to NiceEggy. So they just camp out in the NiceEggy tag. And that's what they do, right? So I definitely think that that's, like, that's probably an element of why Twitch chatters seem to just have, like, knowledge of games of this kind, you know? Yeah. The people who subscribe to the game category, yeah, those exist. Once again, I didn't know Eggy was on YouTube. I literally pinged the Discord server. What do you want from me, Kuro? What more do you want to me? Do you need me to, like, go to your house and knock on your door? And be like, do I need to send, like, a town crier into the square? Like, hear ye, hear ye. Eggy is now streaming. Eggy is now streaming. Hear ye, hear ye. Do I need to send, like, a letter? Do I need to send a notification by mail? Oh, there we go. Gaming. Might not be the best move, I'll save it. Yeah, visit my house to let you know you're streaming. I check the notification, I check Twitch, Eggy not live, huh? Well, no, because, like, if you see a YouTube link, usually I If you click the link, it's gonna be on YouTube, is it not? Yeah. You need to put the link in the same line as the @everyone, but I think you already do that. Yeah, I should remember to do that next time, I think. Yeah. Internet overdose, but horror. Next Chilla's game. The streamer comes to your house. It is okay because she is nice and good. It's like, I made extra eggs banh mi just for you. Oh man, I haven't had banh mi in so long. I should have banh mi. I'm trying to stick to diet, but I guess if you're dieting, there's like worse things than banh mi that you can eat. Like, there's worse. You can do a lot worse than banh mi. Like, you know. I guess especially if you can find a place that does like whole grain buns or something. I don't know. Lately I feel like sometimes when I try to order like whole grain buns from places, the quality of them like varies greatly. Like some of them are fine, but then I feel like I've also been to places where it's like I order a whole grain bun. Like I feel like the Chick-fil-A whole grain bun, it's like disintegrating when you get it. Like I don't know what it is, and maybe there's like some kind of like chemical reaction between like the chicken or like whatever sauce they're using and the burger, like the bun. Like I feel like whenever I've gotten like a whole grain bun, ow, sorry, I hit my desk. Whenever I've gotten a whole grain bun at like Chick-fil-A, it's very like it's disintegrating. It's literally just like disintegrating on you, and I don't know why. Because like if you buy like buns from the grocery store, they're usually fine. They usually don't do that. Am I stuck again? Did I yap myself into getting stuck? I think I yapped myself into getting stuck. Next Chilla's game, you gotta eat all the eggs, or else. Why are you doing this? There we go. I think you have to submit a workplace injury form if you hit your desk on stream and say, ow. I don't know. I'm worried because I don't know what it sounds like on your end. Is it loud? If I hit my desk by accident, because sometimes I go to like shift my posture and my leg like hits the top of the desk. Is it loud on your end? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. And I'm like, that's why I'm like, oh, I don't want to be too loud. I don't want to like blow out anyone's eardrums by going thunk, you know? Bonk. Didn't hear the bonk at all? Okay, good to know, good to know. I don't know if my mic like picks it up. I never know. I know I could probably find these things out by watching, if I go back and watch the VOD, but like, I don't know. I'm not gonna like timestamp when I bonk the desk, you know? Is that worth it? No, it is not. Okay. It's like, is it worth uncovering the whole thing? It's not worth it right now. It's not worth it. Just isn't. Am I stuck again? My mistakes. No. I'm getting consequenced again. I'm getting consequenced. I'm getting super consequenced right now. I'm getting super consequenced. 10-hour VTuber desk bonk compilation to study to. Yeah, VTuber desk bonks to study and relax to. Oh no, I'm getting consequenced. Oh, I just got consequenced. I just got consequenced, man. I hate being consequenced. Hate when my actions, when stuff happens as a cause, as a result of the things that I did when I did them. Hate that. Hate that. Okay. Perfect. Somewhat perfect. Not ideal, but, you know, so it's tolerable. Possibly a mistake, but that's fine. Never mind, that was a big mistake and I should have never done it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, my homies hate reaping what they sow. I know, I'm just constantly reaping all the time. I'm so tired of it. No more reaping. Enough reaping. If I have to reap one more time, I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna yell at somebody. I have to speak to the, like, reaping manager. Why did I think I could do that? That's not a move I could do. Why did I think I could do that? I meant to hit undo, but I think I just redid the whole thing, which is probably fine. I don't think I was going to get much further anyway. I swear I've won at this one before. I promise I have actually won at this one. You can see, again, proof of winning, 30. I've done it 30 times. Granted, I didn't have to keep talking while I did that, but like, so I'm actually at a slight debuff here. I'm at a slight debuff. I'm at the yapping debuff. I have the yapping debuff right now, so like, you know, we'll just have to deal with that. You'll just have to deal with that. Can you set YouTube streaming to low latency mode before the next time you stream on YouTube? Look, okay, I'll check after. I don't know what the settings are. Stream settings. Oh, it's at normal latency. Okay. Yeah, I'll switch it up next time. I don't know what the... to be honest, this morning I was like rushing because I realized I forgot to actually install the game before starting stream. So next time when I actually have the game that I'm supposed to play installed, I will remember to do that. Here we go. This is probably a mistake. This will inevitably lead to my doom. Hold on. No, it must be done this way. It can only be done this way. Can only be done that way. That's the only way it can be done. Let's see. Oh. No. Oh. No. Yeah, I remember that was a thing when looking at the YouTube player stats. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, again, I haven't... Again, YouTube streaming is... It's a lot of buttons. It's more buttons than I care to have. It's more buttons than I care for. I do not care for having this amount of buttons. Am I stuck again? I promise I've won at this before. I promise I'm good at this game. I promise I'm good at this game. I promise. You're gonna have to take my word for it. Would I lie to you? Would I lie to the eggplants? Would I come on stream and spread misinformation? Of course not. I would not lie to the eggplants. Because I am nice and good. How do you feel about YouTube streaming so far? It has its annoyances to it, I think. Usually just specific features. Like, not a fan of having to, like, set up a waiting room before. Because, again, I like with Twitch how you just, like, you press the button and you're live. Like, there's no further thought needed, you know? I do kind of like that about it. Yeah. Like, you can't handle the consequences of lying. Again, I will not tell lies. I am nice and good. I'm too busy being nice and good. There's no time for lying. Like, you look at my schedule and it's like, you know, Monday, be nice and good. Tuesday, be nice and good. Wednesday, be nice and good. There's just no room. There's no room in the schedule for being mean and bad. Someone might be, oh, like, well, why don't you reschedule that being nice and good to, like, a later date? And I'm like, no. There's no time for it. Perjury, Eggy. Yeah, Twitch can set up schedules. I'll show up on people's front page if they're applicable, but they're kind of like waiting rooms. Yeah, and I don't use them. I don't use them. I'll just post a schedule elsewhere, and then people will show up at the appropriate time, you know? Like, again, I really do not care for how this, like, again. I don't know, I guess something about YouTube streaming makes it feel like it needs to be more formal. Like, because like I said, like a YouTube stream is just a YouTube video that hasn't been made yet, you know? So I feel like in that way, sometimes it feels like it needs to be formal. It needs to be more formal. It needs to be more structured in a way that like a Twitch stream is just like, you know, stuff is happening. Stuff is happening and people are there to see it, you know? Yeah, except on February 29th. Every 4 years it's Evil Eggy Day, the only unassigned day on the schedule. No, because that day I still have to spend time being nice and good. You know? I don't know. What misdeeds would I even commit? I don't know. What are some... I don't know. I guess there are some misdeeds that don't take that much time. Like, you know. If anything, you might save time by doing some of them. Like, you know, not returning a shopping cart to its spot. That might actually save you time. That might save you time on being nice and good. Yeah. Eggy misdeeds would probably not be misdeeds. It'd be something very mundane. Yeah. I mean, the other day, I didn't return a shopping cart to its correct spot. To be fair, it was because it was like, I found the cart parked just like in front of the grocery store, like not in the carts area, but nobody else was using it, so I'm like, okay, might as well. But then I didn't know where to put it once I was leaving, so I just put it back where I found it, which was not where it was supposed to go. So technically I did return it to its spot, it's just that it was in the wrong spot. But like, again, like, yeah. YouTube streaming is the job interview of streaming experiences. Maybe? I don't know. It's just more like... I think also to me, because, like, Twitch VODs are, like, unless you back them up, they're very fleeting. A Twitch VOD is fleeting. A YouTube VOD is forever, you know? Unless, you know, there's copyright violation or something, right? A YouTube VOD is forever. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Viewers might not want the VODs to be fleeting. I mean, yeah, but like, again, if you're using the site as designed, right? It will be a little more fleeting. Yeah, streamers often follow to keeping up and storing them. Well, the thing is that, like, okay, I don't know why I can't back up my VODs to YouTube. I know Twitch has a feature for that. It does not work for me. I don't know why. It's like it can't connect to the account or something. So I just can't do it. Like, it doesn't let me for some reason. It's very annoying, but it won't let me. Like, I guess I can't say I haven't tried, but it just doesn't let me. It's very peculiar like that. Very strange, very unusual. Where do we go from here? No. Oh, Okay. That's enough ing. Yeah. You'd have to download them yourself then. Yeah, again, I also tried that and it takes 9,000 years. Again, granted that was back when my internet was worse, but I don't know. Every solution I found was just like, it felt like a lot of work for something that, you know, might not be worth it in the end, you know? Because, yeah, I don't know. I know some people, I don't know, I just don't feel like I don't always feel like every piece of VOD is worth saving, you know? Like, I just feel like, oh, wait, hold on a second. This isn't as much of a problem as I thought it would be. Oh, this isn't an issue at all. Ho ho. I can fix all of my problems. Ho ho. Ho ho. Ho ho. Yahoo. Yippee. Haha. Beautiful. Okay. I might actually win this one. And I'm not even kidding this time. Here we go. Yeah, that wasn't worth saving might only come of years or months later in unexpected ways. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that, like... I don't know. If I were to disappear today, like, if I were to, like, suddenly graduate, I feel like there would be enough evidence left of my existence that I would be okay with it, right? Especially if the channel stayed up, you know? Oh wait, we can just get rid of all of these all at once. There we go. Simplify our life a bit. Get rid of all these at once as well. There we go. See? This is winnable. This is winnable. This is winnable. This is perfectly winnable. Look at all that winning we're doing. Look, 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 look. See? And you get a fun little tarot reading at the end. Joy's illumination radiates outward, free and light. Others can feel it too. Your faith in yourself wasn't misplaced. What you've accomplished is worth celebrating. Yay! Yeah. I went back to check in on Corpse's Apple and baking community events for a discussion years later, for example. There are probably even more applicable examples. Yeah. Like, that video was so good and good clip materials. YouTube would delete the inactive channel in time, and they're thinking about doing this since Zerp ran out. Zerp? But yes, gaming. Okay. I think this would be a good place. I don't want to stop streaming. How long have I been going? Oh god, it's been 4 hours. I was gonna be like, oh, I'll just take a quick break. It's been 4 hours of Solitaire. I have solitaired for 4 hours. I was like, oh, I'll just take a quick break to go, you know, washroom and stuff. No, it's been 4 hours. I've played Solitaire for 4 hours. This is 4 hours. This is the time sink. You know, I'm gonna end up by accident. I want to continue. Here's the problem. I'm not even tired. I want to continue. I'm gonna end up with like a full 8 hour... 8-hour Solitaire stream. 8-hour Solitaire stream. Grandma likes Solitaire. Yeah, well, it's a thing that, like, I guess when you're thinking about it, when you're in the moment, it, like, time just disappears, right? There is just you, and there is a bunch of cards. 12-hour Solitaire stream. Yeah, because, like, there's games I get tired of. There's games I can't stream for very long, right? There's games that I'm like even Katamari. I don't think I could Katamari all day. I could Solitaire all day. I could Solitaire all day. This will be the new meta. Solitaire. Like, even Zhong, I feel like I can only Zhong for so long. Like, this is why you know when I kept saying, like, I keep going to bed late because I keep staying up late and playing Solitaire? Do you understand now? Do you understand? Do you understand the issue here? This is why I'm up until 3 a.m. playing Solitaire. Do you understand now? I hope you understand now my problems, my great struggles, my difficult struggles. I hope you understand. Because I am... Yeah, I guess Zhong has more breakpoints between rounds. Yeah. Because, like, here for this, I just went until I won at one. But now I want to go until I win at one again. But first, I think I need to I do actually need to take a break. I do actually need to idle meeting. So I think I'm going to temporarily take us to the waiting screen. I will actually be back. I will actually be back. I am not messing with you. I will actually be back. All right, I'm back. We're going one more round. We're going one more. We're gonna go. We're gonna go for one more. We're gonna go for one more. We're going for one more. I am too addicted to the solitaire. I can't stop solitaring. I'm so solitary. All right, let's go. We're back. We're back. We're back at solitaire. Solitarily. Okay, and I may have already made a bad decision. I may have already made a bad decision. But you know what? We're gonna try and win this a second time. I've proven I can do it once, and I'm threatening to do it again. I'm threatening to do it again. I have the audacity to try and do it again. Okay. So I may have already screwed it up. I think I might have already screwed it up, but that's okay. Worse things have happened. You know, there are worse things than screwing up your solitaire. This was going to be a difficult one anyway, because like the 0 and the 21 are both like heavily buried. So I think this was going to be a rough one anyway, regardless of what my first move was. Yeah, this one was never gonna work out. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. As long as we are back. As long as we are sort of back. All right. No, this is the way. I was wondering if I should do 456 or 654, but this is the way because then I can pull one of these out. Haha, there we go. Yeah. I will have a lot of things to do this week. Maybe. Oh yeah, I'm trying to plan for like... Because it's hard to plan for the summer right now. Because I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm gonna be this summer. But I'm trying to sort of make plans. At least for the spring. At least for next month. At least for next month. Because next month is my Eggy birthday. It's my birthday. It's Eggy Day. It will be Eggy Day next month. On May 20th. We will celebrate Eggy Day. I'm still trying to work out what I'm going to do for that. I'm trying to put together a collab, but I don't know. What do you think is like the sweet spot of time to like arrange a collab? Because I feel like if you try to like schedule it too far in advance, you ask people are like, "Hey, are you busy on this day?" And they're like, maybe." But then if you try to schedule it too close to the date, you're like, "Hey, are you available next week?" And they're like, "No, sorry, I have like a thing." So I'm like, I feel like I need to find like the sweet spot of like, when is the ideal time to like ask people for if they're available for a collab? 6 weeks? 6 weeks? That seems like a long time. I don't know where I'm gonna be in 6 weeks. Yeah, Eggy collab. Yeah, I'm just trying to put together, because I was trying to think of what to do for my birthday, because I was like, yeah, I could do karaoke, but I feel like I do that all the time anyway. And I was like, okay, what's something that like I should do more often but don't? And I'm like, oh, I guess collabs. I probably don't do as many collabs as I should. So I'm like, you know what? I'll do that. We'll do that. So at least, you know, assuming I can find enough people who are also available on that same day, then Eggy birthday will likely be a collab. But yeah. Any longer than a week, and people won't know if they're free or not. Yeah, maybe the week before. Because, yeah, again, I've asked... I mean, to be fair, I've only asked, like, one person so far, and the answer I got was, yeah, probably. So, I guess that's looking up for me. I guess that's looking up for me. Yeah. What do you want to collab in? Yeah, I was thinking of maybe, again, I haven't decided on what it would be yet. Probably some kind of group or party game, because it will be my birthday. So this is technically my birthday party. So, I haven't decided what it would be yet. I was thinking maybe like, you know, I don't want to just do Jackbox, but maybe something like Mario Party or Mario Kart or something. Because if it's Mario Kart, then I feel like chat can participate too, right? But if it's Mario Party, I don't know. I haven't played Mario Party in a long time, actually. With anyone. With anyone. Yeah, Ultimate Chicken Horse is my favorite party game. Yeah. Yeah, just tell them you're playing something for your birthday in a couple of months and that you will remind them the week before. I mean, it's next month. It's like less than... Well, what's today? What's today? Today's the 18th. It's It's like a month plus like 2 days. So, again, it's like, it's a lot of time and also not a lot of time at all, you know? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. Yeah, I think that was a far more practical move. But now I'm stuck in a different way. Lovely. There's gotta be a move I can make. Maybe that was the move. Maybe that was not the move. Oh wait, no, that was the move. Hold on. That was the move. What am I talking about? That was, of course that was the move. That was so much the move. What am I on about? What am I on about? Of course that was the move. But, yeah. Probably, I'm trying to see if I can get like 3 or 4 people together. But that will probably be Eggy birthday. But, yeah. It is trying to like hit the sweet spot of timing. But I'm sure, I don't know. I think it's like a Tuesday night. I'm sure some people will be available. It doesn't even have to be the evening necessarily. I mean, I guess the evening would probably be when most people are more available, but like, it doesn't have to be. See? I won so much faster that time. I won so much faster. Everything is a test, a challenge compelling you to demonstrate your understanding and live by your ideals through speech and actions. Don't forget who you really are. See, I won so much faster that time. I won so much faster. Let's go a third time, just for fun. I mean, it's a game, so of course it's gonna be just for fun, but... yeah. Because, yeah, I'm trying to think of, like... Because I think the thing is for the game is I feel like it has to be... I'm like, have a strong preference for stuff on... that would be like on Switch or on console, because I found that in recent times, especially if I'm doing it in a Discord call and I'm not using Foogies, I find that I have a lot of issues with lag. Like, everything lags super, super hard. So that's why I've been trying to, like, you know, if I'm running a collab, I'm trying to do it with stuff that's like, you know, either super, super light that I know my computer can, like, run with great ease. Yeah, die in Solitaire, you die in real life. Like, but yeah, I'm trying to do stuff that's like, okay, either I know my computer can run it, or it's like something on a different machine. I'm outsourcing it. Okay, what is advisable? What would be advisable? Maybe doing this and then this? Oh, that was surprisingly advisable. Okay. Oh, that worked out surprisingly well. Wow, okay. There we go. I'm gonna compliment my own skills here. Wow, Eggy, you are so good at Solitaire. Thank you, Eggy. Good job, Eggy. You're doing very well, Eggy. Wow, thank you, Eggy. Excellent work, Eggy. Excellent work, Eggy. Oops. Oh, actually, that would be a bad idea. Bad idea, Eggy. Don't do that, Eggy. Bad idea, Eggy. Do not do that, Eggy. That will not work out well for you, Eggy. Oh, this might actually work out for you, Eggy. Do that, Eggy. Do that, Eggy. There we go. This might work out for you, Eggy. There we go. Good job, Eggy. Good job, Eggy. But yeah, no, next month, because yeah, it's my birthday. It's also, despite all the things I say about Anime North, I might be going to Anime North. Again, not because I enjoy Anime North, not for the Anime North itself, but because we're still deciding. I might have some friends who are going, so I'm like, okay, I will have to make the long and arduous trek to Anime North. Despite everything, I might end up having to go. She was forced to go to Anime North. Okay, would this be beneficial? Probably not. But yeah, because like, I don't know. I like my friends enough that I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to go to the distance. No. Oh wait, hold on a second. There's a move. There was a move right under my nose. I was just sitting there. It was just sitting there, not doing anything. It was just not doing anything. I was just ignoring it. I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I think if I go, I'll probably won't go for all of the days though. I'll just probably go when when I see things that are interesting to me on the schedule, which they don't have up yet. Cause yeah, it's I feel like if my friends come to visit, then I'd rather be doing other things with them rather than just walking around, you know? I'd rather do that instead. Rather do things that are enjoyable and fun, you know? Fun and enjoyable. See, now that I've gotten into the swing of things, this is super easy. This is super easy. This is super easy now that I've gotten into the swing of things. Man, it only took me 4 hours to get there. It only took me 4 hours, but now I'm really feeling it. What is the source of wisdom? Is it experience? Is it intuition? Is it empathy? If you feel lacking in these qualities, seek them out. Or perhaps you can borrow them. This is the priestess. There we go. Okay, one more. This will be the last one. I promise this will be the last one. This will be the last one. I promise. I promise. For real. For real and actually. Actually and real. Real, actually, for real. Actually. Not joking around. This will be for real. Did I already screw this up? I might have already screwed this up. I think I already screwed this up. Frame 1, I think I screwed this up. Oh, maybe I didn't screw this up. At least not on frame 1. There's still time. There's still time. There's still plenty of time to screw this up. There's always more time. All right. Locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I will win this one. Even if I did screw it up frame 1. I have no choice. I have no choice but to win this one. I have no choice. Oh god, the music is like starting to put me to sleep. Oh no! No sleeping. No sleeping. Only being a whack. Only being a whack. A whack, a whack, a whack, a whack, a whack. A whack, a whack. Okay, maybe if I do this. If I do this. Oh, actually, this might be surprisingly a good move, actually. A surprisingly worthwhile move. Okay. For how long? I'm not sure. But that worked out well for now, I think. My eyes are glancing back and forth. No, that was a bad move, and I should have never done it, and it was mean and bad. Oh, wait. There's a perfectly good move. Here we go. There we go. We're back to winning. We're back to winning. We're back to winning. We're winning again. We're winning again. Okay, back to winning. Never mind. That was a brief intermission of losing, but we're back to winning. After a brief intermission, we are once again winning. No, hold on. There we go. I didn't think of where to go from here. Hold on. I guess I have no choice but to stick with that decision, though. Okay. Hold on. She made a decision she now has to stick with. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that would be a bad idea. No, never mind. That was a perfectly fine and okay idea. There we go. perfectly fine and okay idea. What do we do now? I keep having ideas that were nice and good at the time, and I turn around and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, what do I do now? Where do we go from here? Okay. Maybe that was a mean and bad idea. Maybe that was a mean and bad idea. Maybe that was a terrible and mean and bad idea. But this should still be winnable at this point. I don't think I've screwed up that badly. Yeah, you know what? No, I think I've screwed up that badly. Man! I did screw up that badly. I screwed up that badly. SMH my head. Okay, for real this time. We will actually get things done. For real. For real. Really and actually. Really and actually. Very even. Perhaps. Perhaps. But yeah, I don't know. I want to go places lately. I've had an urge to go places. I've had an urge to go places. Maybe it's just because I don't have anything else to do. But like, I don't know. Lately I'm just like, I want to go on a trip. I want to go somewhere. I'm never going anywhere. I want to go somewhere. But then it's like, going places costs money, unfortunately. Like, even just a quick going will cost you money. I don't know. Maybe I'll go, I don't know. Maybe I can go visit previous Eggy City. Maybe if I visit old Eggy City. Because, like, that would be a pretty quick, like, it can be a quick trip, but also it doesn't have to be an expensive one, right? Because if I stay at Eggy Parents, if I can stay at Eggy Parents and, you know, yeah, you can walk to a degree. I mean, yeah, but I'm not gonna, like, go on a vacation by walking. Like, unless it's, like, a backpacking trip, you know? It's not just, like, I want to go somewhere as in, like, I want to go out. Because, like, yeah, I can leave the house whenever. Yeah, old Eggy City means Eggy Parents. Yeah, so, like, if I can visit Eggy Parents, then, like, that would... It would be, you know, it would be an inexpensive trip. Inexpensive. Like, I would just, more or less, the only expense would be, like, the train ticket for my way back, maybe. That's about the only expense, I think. Okay, I think I'm just digging myself deeper. I think I've dug myself deeper. Yeah, how are other Eggy relatives that might let you stay over? I mean, the thing is that most of Eggy relatives, like, most of my Eggy relatives they live here in this city, right? In current Eggy City. In fact, some of them I think are here in the house right now. But, yeah. I guess the other relatives, they live in places I would not be able to easily access. Like, they live kind of in the middle of nowhere. Which, like, again, if I went there with my mom and we, like, drove there, maybe could be fine. But they're places I can't really access on my own at the moment, you know? Or at least it would be very difficult to access on my own. No other Eggy cities? I mean, yeah. I mean, because, like, there's plenty to do in current Eggy City, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Anywhere else would be pretty expensive to get to. Like, I would have to get on an airplane and stuff. And that would be very expensive. So, yeah, Eggy Islands. What, like an Animal Crossing? Oh wait, hold on. There we go. Solved all my problems. Cause like, yeah. A lot of the, also too, for other reasons, it's very difficult to go to some other places right now. So I'm like, Like one of the outlying islands of Canada. Like Prince Edward Island and stuff, you need an airplane. I would need airplane. Like, I don't know, Canada doesn't have, like... I don't know, they wouldn't be easy to get to. The lost city of Eglantis. Because I'm trying to think of, like... Because I guess there's, like, the Thousand Islands, but again, that's, like, along Quebec, and again, I don't know if there's a train that takes you there. Or, like, a bus that takes you there. I think you kind of have to drive there. Or, I don't know, I guess there's like Toronto Island, but that's just like in Toronto. Like it's not very difficult to get there, right? It's just like a ferry ride, but that's not really like a vacation, right? Like you don't stay there. It's just kind of like a place that has some fun stuff on it, and that's it. How are the Great Lakes? Well, the thing is too is that like I guess I could, like, rent a cottage. Like, I'm sure that... But, I don't know, you need friends for that. You need more people. Like, I know it is possible to rent, like, a cottage as an Airbnb. But again, you need people for that, right? Like, I mean, I guess there's nothing... You could do it by yourself, but, like, it would be very expensive, right? Like, prohibitively expensive. They are pretty great, yep. And they're lakes. There's lakes. Yeah. Though you are in Big Canada metro area, right, where a majority of Canadians live in cities live, right? Yes. I am, but the thing is that if you want to go to other places and stay there, it's like, that's where it gets more complicated, right? Because, yeah, I could go to another city, but, like, will I know how to use the public, like, are they gonna have public transport that's, like, usable? Is the question. Okay, maybe if I move. No. Bad idea, and I shouldn't do that. I can't already be soft locked. I don't feel soft locked. Doesn't feel like it. And yet. And yet. Oh, yeah, see? Exactly. See? Everything's all fixed. All fixed and very normal. Yeah, Eggy cycle trip. Yeah, but you can't cycle in between cities. You can't do that. I don't even think it's legal. Like, I don't think you can bike. Like, I mean, I guess you could. I'm sure there's probably a way, but like, it's not the norm, and it's probably way more complicated than it's worth. Like, I don't know, it's too cold right now this time of year. It's also too cold. I mean, it's a little too cold to go camping, I think. Oh, perfect, perfect. Yeah, it's probably a niche thing. Yeah, cycling here is not... Again, some people will use it to within the city, but you can't, like, go between cities. Even people who do, like, backpacking, where they're, like, traveling long distances, will still do it by foot, like, on foot. Like... Again, I cannot stress how far apart things are. And, like, again, if you're going more or less anywhere that isn't, like, a major city, you kind of have to use a car. Like, there are maybe some areas that will have buses that go to it, but for the most part, it's like, no, you gotta drive there. Yeah. Most of Eurocamp was about winter camping, though Japan is a little warmer to begin with. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you can winter camp in Canada, but, like, it would be a lot more difficult. Probably more like advanced camping. Advanced, high-level camping. Advanced. Is there something I'm missing? No, I need another. I need like a second open space to flip it over, which I don't think I have. Ooh. Ooh. Unless... No. Not doable. Not possible. Unless... No, inadvisable. Man, I don't know. I didn't feel stuck, but I was stuck. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe if I can get a job before the end of the year, I'd kind of like to go to Japan again. But again, that would also depend on like how much money and like if I can get the time off. But I'd like to do it again. You know, with people this time, preferably. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Yeah, you'd have to go between city parts of the same city. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it is here. Like, there are trains and buses you can take between cities, but, like, you have to book those in advance. That's the other thing, too, is you can't really do it on, like, a whim, right? You gotta, like, decide in advance and book your time and make sure you show up to wherever the bus shows up, which I'm not confident I can do. I mean, it's not the booking part that's difficult. It's more that, like, I feel like when I've looked at bus lines, like when I've considered taking trips places, I feel like a lot of them, like, I've seen a lot of reviews of people being like, yeah, I had no idea where the bus was picking me up. Because sometimes, like, I dealt with this too. Yeah. What are the most walkable cities in Canada didn't go oops urban sprawl too hard? Probably Montreal. Probably Montreal. I think, Montreal, I think overall is probably one. I think within that, there's a lot of areas I think that are also like, you know, like just the downtown areas of most places are usually fine. I think it's when you go outside the downtown area, that's when it gets more difficult. Like, because again, I guess the idea is like downtown is downtown, and that's where like all the action is happening. So that's everything will be like super dense and very easy to walk, or like, you know, there's a bunch of public transportation options in the area. But yeah, it's when you go further out that's like, or when you go to like a smaller city, because usually bigger cities will have like public transportation, but like smaller cities, that's the hard part. That's the hard part. Oh, I guess maybe I can free up a space if I just do this. There we go. Oh wait, no, that wouldn't work out. That wouldn't quite work out. How do I get this 5 back in the picture? Oh, maybe... No, that wouldn't work either. Yeah. Speaking of Blue Sky, I found Blue Notify for Blue Sky users notification needs. I mean, Blue Sky already sends me notifications through the app. I haven't had that issue with Blue Sky, I think. If anything, my only thing with Blue Sky is that, like, you know how, like, in the olden days, social media apps would send you, like, notifications one at a time? Like, if 5 people liked your post, you would get 5 notifications. Like, I feel like Instagram used to work like that. But then, like, now Blue Sky is, like, it does that again. It does that again. So if 5 people like my tweet, or my skeet, I don't know, then it will send me 5 notifications. Now the problem with this is that, like, cause like Twitter again, like if 5 people like the same tweet, it will give me 1 notification, right? So yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm being spammed a little bit on Blue Sky just because it's like, again, I'm sure there's a way to change that in the settings, but like, yeah, it feels like I'm just like getting 1 bajillion notifications for relatively little activity, you know? Oh, maybe if I do this, merge this in. But I don't know how much help that was. Okay. Oh wait, no, I can move this down here. There we go. Don't know if that did anything, but probably helped in some way. There we go. Yeah, is there much point to having Twitter notifications on for Twitter Blue Sky? Again, I think it's like a personal thing. Because like I also have it, with Twitter, it's also like if you're using it for DMs, it's useful to have it turned on like that. But I guess, yeah, I guess if you're not... It's to bother you. It's to bother you into using the app more, is the point. Yeah. Blue Sky doesn't have notifications for individual feeds, that's why. Yeah. I don't know, to be fair, I feel like I don't use the individual feeds that much. Just because, like, I think they're still working. I feel like there's still work that needs to be done on figuring out, like, what actually belongs in what feed. Because I feel like there's a lot of nonsense I'm finding in the knitting feed. Because, like, either somebody with the word knitting in their username tweets some nonsense, and it ends up in the knitting feed, or I get, like, you know, something that's, like, you know, somebody using the incorrect hashtag will, like, mess everything up. Like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff like that, where it's just, like, I get a lot of nonsense because of that. Like, individual people's accounts feeds. Oh, okay, yeah. Again, I'm still, like, figuring out what to do with it. Like, I can't say I'm the biggest... I am not the queen of Blue Sky right now. Maybe one day, but... my ambitions are not that high right now. There we go. For real. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna try and see if I can, like, stack these. For the sake of, like, being satisfying, I'm gonna stack all my numbers here. There we go. So they all flip at once. There we go. Yippee! Sometimes fear and doubt are obvious. Other times they hold you back invisibly. Is there something you aren't seeing? Is there something you refuse to see? There we go. Okay, I think that's enough Solitaire for now. I think that's enough Solitaire for now. I think my brain is melting due to Solitaire. So I think I'm gonna call it here. I think I'm gonna call it here. Ugh. Let me stretch a little. After all that Solitaire. You know, maybe this was important to get, like, all the Solitaire out of my system. Like, I just gotta get all the Solitaire out of my system. so that I can go back. So I can go back and be, you know, I can go back and focus on other things, you know? Like, you know, like eating lunch and making lunch. What time is it? It's like 4 p.m. Oh god, okay. Okay. After 5 hours of Solitaire, I think that should be enough. I'm probably gonna go back to playing Solitaire tonight. It's fine. It is what it is. But, anything to say before I go? I think... There we go. Before I go, let's see. Anything to say? I will tweet this too, but I think I mentioned schedule changes for anybody who wasn't here earlier. So I totally forgot that it's Easter weekend. So I'm going to be having my family is doing Easter dinner on Sunday. So, but I did say that Easter Sunday, or sorry, my brain is melting after too much Solitaire. Hold on. Okay, so I forgot that Easter Sunday is Sunday on the Sunday. So I will probably be moving the stream that would go on Sunday. So the Majora stream, because I still want to do it this week, but I want to do it at a time where I know I have enough time and enough like freedom to finish the game. So Majora will be happening on Monday. So I will not be streaming on Sunday. Today is Friday. I won't be streaming, nothing Saturday, nothing Sunday. Monday I will do Majora. We're gonna do Majora's Monday, and then we're gonna do Zhang on Tuesday, and then after that I'll take it from there. So either I might postpone IB another week. I might do IB on Wednesday anyway if I feel like it. Yeah, we'll just be shuffling the schedule a little bit, but everything I said would happen will still happen. So I'm doing a little thumbs up. You can't see it, but I'm doing a thumbs up. So yeah, do you need to travel there? No, it's not that I'm traveling. It's that other people are coming here. So EGGY parents are visiting and stuff. So I want to be... I don't want EGGY parents to visit, and I'm just like spending the entire time in the basement on my pewter. You know, in the basement on my pewter streaming. So that is what is happening. That is what is happening at the time that is happening. So, thumbs up. Can I get an eggplant thumbs up? Yes, have fun with EGGY parents. Yeah, it will be hopefully a nice and good time. Have tasty foods. So, but with that, I think that's all I have to announce for now. Have a nice and good Easter weekend. Have a nice and good egg day. Do some egg hunting. Paint some eggs. Have an eggy time. If I hadn't forgotten that it was this weekend, I would have done something more Easter-like. But that's okay. That's okay. Have a nice and good time with your families, or have a nice and good time, a normal time, if you're not doing anything for Easter. But yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good. Thank you for watching me Solitaire. I will do this again. I will stream Solitaire for 5 hours again. Thank you for being here. It will happen again. But until then, look at my cool end card, and I will remember to press the button that turns off the stream this time. Thank you. Bye-bye.